tales. Around the room the dragons flew, but Emmy and Max knew what to do. They climbed on the backs of their dragon friends. Now the adventures never end. Dragon tales, it's almost time for dragon tales. Come along, take my hand, let's all go to Dragonland. There's Ford, he's the biggest, not the brave of heart. There's Cassie, so shy, also very smart. There's Zack and Wheezy, their tales are fun, 'cause you know two heads are better than one. Dragon tales, it's almost time for dragon tales. Come along, take my hand, let's all go to Dragonland.
Hello. Welcome back to Dragon Age Inquisition Trespasser DLC. Whoops. So, what are we doing? I don't exactly remember what happened when we left off. We escaped the mines? The mines of Moria. Uh, yeah, okay. Should be looking here. Okay. Right. Right, we gotta find the leader of the Kunari intrusion. Did we talk to everyone?
It is good to see you, my friend.
Yup.
I'll see you later. Farewell.
So, well, we at least talked to her. I don't know if we talked to everyone. I guess we can check.
They made bodies from the earth, and the earth was afraid. It fought back, but they made it forget.
Okay, sure.
Canary first, mix with elves, add dwarfs. Ugh, doesn't anyone drink their booze one at a time anymore? And the elves here are still squirrely.
Yeah, there's something up with the
We'll talk later.
elves.
Count on seeing you,
With
yeah?
the servants. They're not complaining. So they're probably infiltrators who don't want to raise trouble. They're trying not to draw attention, and in the process, drawing attention.
We've got to stop this dragon's breath before it goes any further. It can't have been authorized. My people wouldn't do this.
What can you tell me about the Kunari we're dealing with?
These aren't Ben Hasrath. They're specialists working for a Vidasala. Ben Hasrath handle normal security. The Vidasala's people focus entirely on magic.
Oops.
They study it. They neutralize it. And they must be desperate if they're using Alluvians. I'd expect them to shatter any mirror they find.
Sorry, I think I'm going to turn the game up. I'm not sure if it's too low until someone tells me, but it feels like it's too low.
I'll talk to you later.
Anytime, boss.
Josephine.
Everything going all right so far?
We'll talk more another time.
I'll be here if you need me.
What is this now?
Who are you?
The Canary will feel the loss of their lyrium. It is not an easy commodity to come by. You've done well. The Exalted Council, meanwhile, has deadlocked.
Does that help us or not?
It is dangerous, yet also an opportunity. You will be called in soon. Move boldly and swiftly, and you may decide the outcome. You are their equal here, Inquisitor.
Did you? No,
It's
that
time
is
we
Dio.
reminded them of it.
Dio's doing messing with some stuff.
It is good to see you.
Lyrium's just lying around fucking everywhere. Hi, Daimon. I mean... So there was red lyrium lying around everywhere. But that's because of we were tramping through areas where Corypheus was spreading it, right? Like, the good lyrium is harder to find, I feel like. Is that...
This time of year, it'll be difficult to find a caravan to go all the way back home.
Oh, poor you.
Maybe a sea voyage. I could get captured by burly Canary pirates. That would be fun.
Any thoughts about the Exalted Council?
A few. Divine Victoria needs a new tailor for one. From the paintings of Liliana in that enormous robe, you'd think she was pregnant. Could cause a delicious scandal.
I don't think her girlfriend is going to make her pregnant.
I warned you once that no one would thank you for saving the world. Sadly, I'm always right. So long as the Inquisition's around to remind them they're not really in charge, they'll never sleep comfortably. Whether they have the guts to take action, I suppose we'll see.
Another time.
I feel like those are already, those are two things that we've already gotten the dialogue before. We might have got, I assume we got that dialogue too, but I don't remember it. Vivian, how's it going, I guess?
Darling, what can I do for you?
Is the dialogue volume
We'll
okay,
talk another
Daimon?
time.
Let's go talk to Colin, which is really just an excuse to pet the dog.
And what did they need?
All's well, it seems.
Inquisitor?
You did good, Dougie. Hi, Theo.
Wonderful.
Oh, wait, Liliana's here. I always forget, she's just kind of...
I knew it was foolish to hope the Exalted Council would go smoothly.
Dialogue is fine, and what if combat will be allowed? Okay, we'll see.
Has all this chaos changed your mind about the future? If anything, the Exalted Council has me more convinced. We would be better able to fight the Canary if diplomats weren't slowing us down. Perhaps later, Liliana.
How
I'd
does
be right here if
disbanding
you
the
need
Inquisition lead us, like, then we don't have the army to fight, Liliana? They're not just gonna let us keep an army and be like, well, we're not the Inquisition, we're just some people. Theo. Theo's over to the left there. Is there anyone up here?
Always afraid to mingle.
Nope. Okay, so I assume we're going back to that alluvion that was dead before, except it won't be dead now? I don't know. Because I don't think there's another alluvion in this. I feel like we gotta go back to the first alluvion. Like, there's not gonna be another alluvion in the Winter Palace. That seemed silly. It's gotta be from our like, nexus. Oh wait, they moved it out of here. I forgot. Whoops. I didn't need to climb the trellises again. They moved it to a more accessible location. That is a very sensible thing for them to do. Let's see, was it on this side?
Watch your tongue.
What's on this side? That looks right. Hi, Rosa. Alright. Cassandra. They really didn't want you convincing Iron Bull to climb the trellis. Man, that would have been something. Well, it's not this one. I was thinking it was going to be this one, but I guess that's good. That's not just randomly activated.
Is something wrong? This mirror doesn't look broken, but it's inactive. Maybe there's a way to unlock it.
Maybe that's not the one we're looking for. Instead, we're looking for one next to a bookcase. Which, well, that was technically next to a bookcase, but I don't think that's what they meant. This one's not near a bookcase. Oh, hi Kunari. There's more Kunari over here now. Great. Hey guys, did you move this to somewhere else? Oh, you did. Well, I hope they don't remove the bridge while we're on it. There's not a lot we can do about that. Alright, apparently they didn't think of that. Hey, this is one of the things I got in my, in Skyhold. I got a couple of them for the decor. It's very nice. Okay, so there's a thing up there, which I think removes this bridge. Yeah. Okay, so they're all going up here, though. Go check up here first if this is the way we need to go. Yeah, I'm gonna assume this is the way we need to go. This is by a bookcase.
Marked by a bookshelf. This should be it.
Alright, so we gotta do the other one
Time
first.
to get some answers from the Vidasala.
A book from the crossroads. Its pages are filled with numbers and letters splattered around the page in random order, like writing in a dream. Every other book on its shelf is filled with the same nonsense script. In certain lights, the letters appear to shift slightly out of the corner of the eye. Oh. Okay. Slim Journal was tucked into a bookshelf at the crossroads as if left for someone to find. Each entry is in a different hand. I've dropped rocks off a dozen ledges. I've not heard one hit bottom. This place has no bottom. Do not be here if you have no tasks here. An entry in Kunlot follows. Enmit missed the rendezvous. Sorry. He said he was scouting the lower ledges on orders. Another entry in Kunlot follows. Understood. No one's to go near that mirror. God, my armor is just like some fucking... like 80s like power ballad thing here, like with these pauldrons. This unside note was tucked into a bookshelf in the crossroads if left for someone to find. Do not stray from the marked path. There are many mirrors, some lead to danger. Do not linger longer than you must. At the bottom is a crude map of floating islands, some of which seem impossible to reach. The flower crown is an excellent finishing touch. Yeah, absolutely. Yes. This is still a cool effect. This is one of those elven dragon statues. Oh, and there's a broken alluvian here. And a working alluvian, so that's... Did you guys get stuck over there? No, it's okay. Yeah, you can see more islands and more mirrors. Interesting. Let's go. Let's go through the optional one first. Or the non-objective one first, at least. We don't know if it's optional. Maybe we'd end up having to come here, but... Was that cats? What are you doing? Dio? I was like, was that from the game or from my cats? Dio, did you force Rosa away? Are you being a butt? Guess I'll move the camera so you can be on camera instead. But you're being a butt. Fade touch Neverite. Okay. Chance to guess Paul Nevis is really funny. The Iron Ball had a sword with it for a while. It was very entertaining. Oh, lots of broken alluvians. This note is written in an unknown language, but the portly figure at the bottom with a ring of keys and a unflattering scowl is likely a jailer who wants to walk these flagstones. He's been drawn cross-eyed with wiggling lines radiating from his backside. Okay, so this is an old elven, like, prison or slave holding facility. Ugh. Oh, one of those energy things. Yeah, look at all these alluvians.
Look out!
Oh, more of these. Hey guys. Alright. The skin that stalks. Skin that shield, the skin that stalks, skin that strikes. Oh, you can make armor so with the schematics, but the default one is okay. Notes on the 4th attempt. The weave goes smoothly. Bound tightly between many items, the stress on the energy produces finer results in a singular enchantment. You skipped the last of the stock was well worth it, as I explained to it as a courtesy before final work began. Adjustments to the underlay were great success and will allow the rest to be made with material taken from lesser animals if the need arises. Below the letters, possibly in lieu of a signature, is the stamp of a stylized holla head. Taken together, diagrams and ratios carefully linked at the bottom of the last of these notes can be turned into a schematic that replicates the creation of these artifacts. Well, that's cool. You wanna wear that? Whoa, what was it? Whoa, oh, that's what it looks like. I was like, alright, Varric. Wow, that's an intense look. Yep. Here you go, Varric. Oh man, the bare arm is a look. All right. I wonder if you always just get the medium piece, or and then the schematics for the other ones, or if it looks at who's wiring it at all. Alright, time to go to the books. Time to hit the books. Iron Ball, you don't have like regenerating health or anything? Seems bad for you. Given your whole shtick is losing health for damage. What? Did you... Kitten, did you just leave again? Oh my god, Dio. Like, one of you stay up there, come on! Sheer laziness would
Is this some sort of old elven library?
overcome your desire
Let's hope
to
we can track down the
not be
Vidasala
on
in
camera.
this.
Vir Dithara, Signs of Victory. The pages of this book, Memory, describe a monument made in a single afternoon by 1,000 toiling servants, swarming over a fallen stone as large as a collapsed mountain. By the end of the day, the stern figure of Elgarnan stares down into a valley, carved out from the footholds of the rock. The slaves have disappeared. Light radiates from the Eidolon's narrowed eyes and its open, snarling mouth. Hail Elgarnon, first among the gods. Mark this victory eternal. I guess they never heard of the mythical man hour. They're like, like this shit. We will throw more bodies at it, and it will work. Shattered library, huh? Vir Dithara, Homecoming. Is that the place? Is that what place this is? Vir Dithara. Pages of this book, Memory, describe an elf approaching a city of glass spires so deeply blue they ache. Alright. City's outskirts are the elven. We're big believers in crunch. Yes, absolutely. The city's outskirts are wrapped in lakes of mist, and figures stroll along the pearly glowing strips as if they walked on solid ground. Groves of trees woven into enormous parks shelter elves in quiet hollows, while other elves walk below, a river churning along an invisible shoal in the air. The scene hums with quiet talk and contentment as the memory's maker reaches the city's gates, already thrown open wide. Pages of this book, Memory, show the blazing forms of the Evanuris, the rulers or the gods, banishing a howling spirit from the reaches of the Fade that touch their lands. A voice rings out, stern and imperial, for abandoning the people in their time of greatest need, for casting aside form to flee to where the earth could not reach, We declare Zebenkek and others of her ilk exiled from the lands of the Evanurus. Beware. Their familiarity with shape allows them to travel paths unaided. They may be bound, but only the protection of your gods will fully shield you from their malice. They are forbidden from the earth. That is our right. Demons? Sounds like, or spirits at least. Don't put that on there. I don't want to see it, and I don't want to see it on my mini-map. Oh, a dead canary. The very private diary of Sandal Fedek. No! Enchantment? Enchantment! 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 Enchantment? Enchantment? Enchantment! Enchantment? Enchantment. Enchantment? Enchantment. 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 Enchantment? Enchantment. Enchantment. Enchantment? Oh my god. Sandal, you better not. Oh my god. You better not be dead, Sandal. Does my staff have a rune in it? No, it doesn't. I should probably do that. I didn't notice my staff does fire damage. Oops. Oh, right, because I have the burning. I forgot I have the burning, the permaflame! Alright. Yeah, that's fine. We can make more runes at this point. We've never made any, so we have plenty of materials, I'm sure. What is your weapon? Oh, this one. Which does not have a rune, okay. Oh wait, it does have a rune. Oh, well. Let's get rid of that rune. Let's go look at... Varric? It's like, wow, I wasn't expecting to be able to use everyone there. Where's Bianca? Okay. Let's put the Superb rune in Bianca because Varric, we're always going to have Varric with us. Oops. We're probably going to have this team until the end of the end, probably, I would expect, but we'll see. So, a Master Fire rune, maybe? Wait. Yeah. Wait, why did that lower its DPS? I mean, the other one was just damage versus dragons, so that doesn't make sense. Alright. Can I make any of these? AoE. Oh, right, because it's just because this is an AoE weapon already. If I can make some more runes, I would do that, but I can't make any here, I don't think. So there's dead Kunari here. Hopefully that just either hopefully Sandal killed him or they took they took Sandal prisoner. Or Sandal's not even here. he was gone before they got here. Who knows? Did we?
Andaran Atishan,
Oh God.
Methadra Elven.
More ancient Elven.
If you wish, honored Elven, I will speak so your guests understand. I am study. I am a learning thirst. Come, know what has not been lost.
Oh.
New words.
It's
new stories.
it's Vigil.
The Kunari would not approach.
The
They
VI.
learned their words as well. If you wish to exchange knowledge, they congregate by the lower gate.
What did the old elves use this place for?
This is the Vir Dethara, the living knowledge of the Empire.
Okay.
The libraries of every city, the wisdom of every court. A connecting place whose paths are in disarray.
What put this place into disarray?
The Vir Dethara was made with world and fade. When they sundered, so did we. Paths broke, knowledge fragmented, many were trapped. I preserve their last words.
What were these old elves' last words?
What happened? Where are the paths? Where are the paths? God save me, the floor is gone. Do not let me fall.
Alright.
Do not
Not
let
very
me-
impactful last
On this
words.
spot, that is all.
Thanks. Really paints a picture.
Yep.
I'm looking for a Kunari named Vidasala. Do you know what she wants here?
Vidasala, yes. She uses scholars and mages for study. They fear this place.
No, the
but they
subtitle
seek
said
to know
called
the veil.
Vidasala, but that like said named.
What does Vidasala want to know about the Veil?
I regret I do not have more information. I am sundered from myself. If you discover another one of me nearer the Kunari, I may know more. Kindly give it my greetings. I have not thought with myself for some time.
Yeah, we'll do that.
I could learn so much about my people. What were they like? How long is our history?
I will try to recall, honored patron, but there are gaps, breaks.
At least they think I'm an Elven.
Greetings, laughter, Emma and Nasal, forms out of air, light, memories. And yet there are
Not Vigil then,
so
Elf.
many broken
Avina,
parts at
yeah.
every- Missing.
It is more like
missing,
Avina.
missing.
Yeah.
I cannot. There is no more. Apologies. I knew all once. We knew. With the break, only
This is a really
fragments of
awkward
knowledge
position for
knew
this
since the
conversation.
fall.
And I can't
Where are we
move.
going now?
Know this. An unknown person, not of the Kunari, recently woke the librarians.
I wonder who it could be.
An unknown person. Could this be our agent of Fen'Harel?
I wonder
The
who it could be.
librarians facilitated learning before the fracture, before the fall. Now, beware them. They are unwell.
Evil librarians? The worst. Excuse me? This is a merchant? Every fifth block of shield wall does massive damage to enemies in the area. Huh. Alright, we had to buy that, right? Do we have enough money? Oh my god, we don't have enough money to buy it. Alright, we gotta go, like, sell some cool shit. Spooky elven magic, I guess. Oh my god, okay. How much do I need to sell? Well, these are not, like, useful amounts of selling, okay. Well, I don't want to sell those. Or that. And do I have more of these to sell? I do have two. Oh, they're daggers though. I'm getting there. Alright. I hope the shield is worth it. How could it not be worth it? Oh, I can sell a bunch of these. These are worth money. I mean, I almost have exclusively fire damage now. Maybe I should actually use that. I'm just saying, in 5 minutes' time, you'll find another millennia. Just got people wanting to sell you a souped-up flower count, and then you'll be sorry you spent every gold piece you made in the entire game. One, I'm gonna save first. Oh yeah, all these things. I forgot I found all these things. Is there any point to those? I thought for sure that was gonna be part of a quest. Oops. Oh yeah, I need to save. Save. Nope, don't try to kill him. Cassandra, look at this amazing thing. Archivist, huh? Not a grand archivist, though. Not casting any spells for me.
There, Kunari. On that upside-down island.
Looks like a camp up there. Down there. Shit, this place is weird.
I don't actually even see it. Where their camp is, or where they are. Obviously, I can see the upside-down island. Oh, I see. Okay, I see it moving around. Oh, like sandbags. Okay, I gotcha. Know where to go without activating this thing? Looks like. Oh, hey, more Kunari over there, just hanging out. It's like, anybody want to help?
That repaired some steps. Let's look around for more. The inverted alluvion must lead to the Kunari.
The inverted alluvion? Where's an inverted alluvion? Also, God, this is a creepy fucking hand. Okay. Now don't fall down. Yeah, there's not anywhere else to go, so we just go through the alluvion. I assume this is going to take us somewhere in the same, area in the loading screen. Where are we compared to... What? So... we were up there, I think? What's this fucking wolf? Oh, hello. Interesting. Why are there supplies there? We haven't had any fights yet. Yeah, that's okay. There's that. So, yeah, there's the hand. So we're directly underneath where we want to be. Alright, and we can drop down. But is there a way back up? Yes. Okay, good. There's also stairs up. Oh, to an alluvian. An alluvian with a sunburst on it. Wonder if that's... I don't know if we could see another one with a sunburst on it that would be like its opposite. Or... Oh, there's multiple spike caches here. Okay, so this is like a... We're gonna be coming back here probably. The pages of this book, Memory, describe an immensely tall, immensely graceful vine. That flowers the heat of a copper sunset and has blossoms as large as ponds, petals as long as a man, and scents puffing out like citron and sky and carrion death. The day the last of the vine's folds, spent and extinct, the creator of this memory weeps, and, after recording the flowers' sights and sounds, enters Uthenera. Treasure this thought, for it was the last of its kind, and so much more than the last of me. That's, I thought I was gonna be able to, you know, zap this with my zapper, but I do not. Alright, so there's an alluvian over here with horns. There's the sunset alluvian over there. Let's go explore this way. Let's go down before we go up. Oh, you can also just go down right there. Alright. Another one of those things over there, along with an archer statue. And this one doesn't have a thingy, okay. So there's 3 alluvians we can get to from here. Let's go up the stairs. Well, technically 4. The one we came in on, right? Oh, I can't. Oh, hey. The pages of this book, Our Memory, show a solemn group of elves in an amphitheater of living wood, entire trees grown into seats and stairs for the listeners to recline on. 2 other elves and a spirit of learning are speaking in turn on ways to bend the properties of the material world when casting spells. At the end, the spirit, with the air of a senior lecturer, floats forward and booms in a surprisingly deep voice. The unchanging world is delicate. Spells of power invite disaster and annihilation. The unchanging world is stubborn. The pull of the earth fiercely resists making fire run like water or stone rise like mist. The unchanging world rings with its own harmony. Listen with fearless hearts and great works will unfold. Yeah, these aren't showing up on my scans. The pages of this book, Our Memory, show a narrow plateau on top of a mountain. 2 armored figures, one in gold, one in black, are fighting in the snow. Steel flickers so fast the air hums. Tio, I moved the camera and then you immediately moved again. Like, you just look like you're sleeping whenever I look over, except you keep moving. Blood dots the ground. They do not stop for breath. The one in black makes no sound as a blade parts his throat. Mythal, in her wisdom, interceded in an argument between Algernon and Valandin. With clever words, she convinced them to settle their grievance through a battle of their champions. Algernon and Valandin agreed and set their champions against each other rather than declare war among the gods. May those nights long be remembered, and Mythal's wisdom praised. Yeah, she convinced them to have their underlings kill each other instead of themselves. Like, what a wise god. One here though. The pages of this book, our memory, describe a pair playing, colliding in the air, bodies formed for kissing, stroking, lines of heat as molten as the sun. The dance is fluid, roiling, never-ending, lovers tangled in a laughing knot that rolls on for years, a promise never to be parted, whatever ages come. Come on, guys, we have followers for a reason. Yep. An annoyed thought intrudes from one who marked this memory after it was recorded. By the gods, find a private chamber. Okay. Let's go to the unmarked Illuvian first. Let's see where that goes. Alright, I don't know where. Oh god! What? What a. Level designers must be pleased with themselves. What a jerk. Oh, I kept all my my guard, but I lost my health. Okay. Oh my god, it takes so much to heal me. That was fucking. That's the thing. Can I see any of these? Like, that one doesn't have anything on it. That one has a starburst. Okay, so that goes over there, which makes sense. That's pretty visible. I guess we can go through that one next. I'm assuming the ones with the same tops match each other. Oh, excuse me. I don't see the one over here. I don't know where the horn one goes. Sundered Hall. Yes, that's where we are. I want to make sure. Oh. What? Masterworth Cloth. On hit chance. Oh my god. Okay. So I found a schematic for the B mace, which I already have. I have a version of, but I can now craft it. Which is that's, you know, that's the thing. And the gods and their slaves, huh? So why do you think this is called Trespasser, huh? There's an obvious reason, yeah. Maybe we'll get there. Nope, there's a way over there. Okay. Wasn't back here already? No, this is where, okay. So just go up here. Okay. Oh, hello.
These Kunari are dead, but there's not a mark on them.
Look at their eyes. They died in fear.
Oh. Is that like a death effect? Did they get Whale the Bansheed? Or does she mean they died in fear, not of fear? You know, they just happened to be afraid when they died, rather than fear killed them. Let's go talk to the archivist. Level drained. What a horrible way to die. That could be too. I think they would be visible then, though. I think if you're level drained, it's like you are visibly drained, as opposed to the death effect that just kills you.
Welcome. Listen to the last words of those who lived past the fall.
Yeah, I will.
How could the dread wolf cast a veil between the world that wakes and the world that dreams? The Evenuris will send people. They will save us.
Yeah.
When have you last heard from the gods? When the veil came down, they went silent. What is this veil? What has Fen'Harel done?
Solus created the Fade.
Saying Fen'Harel created the veil.
That's what
between
separated the
our world and
gods.
the Fade.
They're saying some guy just made the veil? We must have been ass deep in demons before then.
I mean, so do we go back? Do we go through this, or do we go back? Still got the bullhorn one to get into. I mean, he's not just some guy. The legend does say Fen'Harel sealed the gods away, right? Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's what I meant, is that, so what sealed the gods away was creating the Fade, I guess. Or sealing the Evenuris, the lords. I guess we're finding out more details of that. Yeah, that's what I was... excuse me?
What the? I never wrote this.
Maybe not yet, Varric. Maybe not yet. The pages of this book or memory are instructions on how to reach the deepest parts of the Fade, realms so far removed they're unmarked by dreamers. Creating the veil sounds like the Fade is always there. Yeah, I get. Well, okay, so moving the Fade, you know, into a separate place, or I mean, not really, but you know what I mean, like making a distinction between the Fade and the veil, like that. Before it was all just, it's like the beginning of the longest journey. There's a world of magic and science together, and then the Draic kin came and they separated them. in order to create balance. For some reason. Epiphany requires a mind smooth as mirror glass, still as stone. Put aside 10 years for practice and the next 100 for searching. What others have learned will ease your journey. Those who never manifested outside the Fade will find it easier to find its stillest roots. But it is rare the compulsion overtakes our brethren of the air.
You think we could take a couple of these books back with us?
Sure.
I don't think they're actually books. More like dreams.
Just put them in your
books.
backpack.
How about we just leave all the creepy Fade shit where we found it?
Even if you could take them out of here, they're probably written in ancient Elven, which not even my people can read.
Oh, we've been reading them.
I've never read an Elven novel. I wonder what kind of stories they told.
Raising the Sonalium. Taking the dreams of weapons and shit out here with us. Yeah, exactly, that's true. Pages of this book, our memory, describe a heated argument between a group of well-dressed elves inside an elaborately arched pavilion on an island floating in a void. In the distance, haloed by a blizzard of light, thousands of elves are maintaining an elaborate magical ritual that pulls raw essence from the Fade, funneled into a sphere in the air. Through the lens of the sphere can be seen a world of indigo waterfalls and rust-red jungles, and a temple palace so frescoed and cleverly carved it is a masterpiece in itself. The well-dressed elves shouting grows so loud it can be heard over the magic. One leaps at another, howling and pulling out a knife, burning with prismatic flame. Architects of the Grand Sonalium, a gift from blessed Celeste to clever June as thanks for a great favor, in friendly debate over the color of the palace's roof trim. Okay. Let's, where did we actually come in? Okay, there's that. That's useful. So we came up the stairs, or we came in. Yeah, we came in over there. Yes. Okay, so we gotta activate this to go back. Or, I mean, we could take the Luvian back. Let's see where this goes.
These blocks are heading toward that upside-down alluvion.
Creepy. Helpful, but creepy.
Can we trust this magic?
It's a place of learning. Maybe this Virdathara is helping us find what we need.
Now it's even weirder.
That seems like a stretch, Llewellyn. I know you want to believe in this place. But also it's a bad place, you know? The old elves were bad. Really bad. Oh, what? Hi guys. Oh, I don't actually need to try and light up the rogues. I forgot, because they'll light up on their own to my staff! Hilarious. Where's the way back? Alright, so now we can go to the horns. Discharging the anchor now deals damage to nearby enemies.
Inquisitor, we must look at your hand.
The pain stopped.
It keeps coming back.
Yeah. It's probably bad. It's probably not great. Broken Tower. Okay, so we have to get to both of these. Oh, goody. My favorite. Did he also die of fear?
More dead Kunari with terrified expressions.
Excuse me. Oh, hi, Archivist.
Welcome, and listen to the last words of those who walked this place.
Alright.
If we get out of here, I will end Fen Haral. After he held back the sky to imprison the gods, the dread wolf disappeared. Lies. We must tear down the veil, the cities, the pathways. Without magic, they're crumbling. You're wasting your time. Fen Haral's veil has turned our empire to ruins.
He basically made like a super string.
So, the ancient Elven Empire collapsed because the veil weakened magic.
Concealed extra dimensions.
This would have been a disaster beyond measure.
Inquisitor, you let even a
squeeze them into
handful
something.
of scholars into this place, you'll rewrite everything. I mean, apart from all those other times you rewrote everything.
Yeah, it sounds fine to me. So, can I actually interact with these? Or... Dreadwolf is good at disappearing. Fuck yeah, he is. Fucker. I feel like you could have taken down the Elven Empire. Maybe without, killing so many people, but I don't know. Probably shouldn't judge. I'm gonna judge him for leaving me, though. I don't know the circumstances of a long time ago. I know the circumstances of 2 years ago.
Floating crap, magic mirror crap, evil demon crap. When this is over, I'm gonna need somebody to hit me with a stick again.
No.
Whatever works for you, Tiny.
Next time we get the gang back together, let's do a dragon instead. Dragons are fun.
I'll try to work on that Iron Bull. I think I killed them all though. I don't think there are any more dragons left. Unfortunately. Come back to that. I can go through that, but yeah. These loose pages are scattered about as if abandoned in a great hurry. Algebraic looking formula crawl across the pages, spiked with dense notations in Kunlan. Okay, so
This looks like technical notes. What did the Kunari come here to learn?
string
They're
theory.
real technical. I can't make out any either. Something about magic. That's it.
When the Dreadwolf's gaze is bright, light burns in a ring of the dead. Okay. Pages of this book, or memory, warn of a terrible danger. A wolf with slavering back jaws and pits for eyes. Yeah, I wonder what that describes. The Evanuris, the elven gods, stand in a ring around it, as if preventing it from attacking. Beware the forms of Fen-Arel. The dread wolf comes in humble guises, a wanderer who knows much of the people and their spirits. He will offer advice that seems fair, but turns slowly to poison. Remember the price of treason, and keep in your heart the mercy of the gods. So we will love them, take care of them, show them the glory of peace. And like gods, our infinite mercy will only be matched by our power and complete control. Oh, hi. Fire's Veilfire, okay. What did it say? Something about the Dreadwolf's gaze and the sun and something. Down. Yeah, what's this say? When the Dreadwolf's gaze is bright, light burns in a ring of the dead. Like in there? Is that the ring of the dead? Did we go down? I don't think we went down. Oh, hello.
That should be enough stairs. Let's see if we can reach the inverted alluvion now.
But I gotta figure out the Dreadwolf's puzzle. For which I need Veilfire. Maybe. Circle of the Dead. Is he still? No, yeah, it's a timer. That's what I was thinking. Oh. I don't see anything. Do I actually have to go back to the... Oh, I gotta go back. The Circle of the Dead is the actual circle with the Veilfire things. I gotta go all the way back there. Well, this is still... Okay, where's the actual... I don't remember where the fucking... where the actual alluvion is. Is it right there? No. It's somewhere over there, right? No? Like it's down that way, I think. Let's go find the alluvion first. Of course, there's probably going to be Kunari through here now that I've activated the thing like there was last time. Okay, yeah, it's right here. Let's go through and check if there's Kunari before we come back and do the Dreadwolf. No. Oh, there are. Hey guys. How's it going? considered healing? Just a thought. Oh, it says caltrops and mines. Alright, let's go. Let's try and activate this. Get our balefire. So we gotta like jump down and get it. Hopefully this works. Seems like what we're supposed to be doing. Also don't know what we're gonna be getting for this, but you know. Alright, so we gotta drop down here. So you can just drop down off the side of that, I think. Yeah, drop down there. Hopefully not die. Shoot, where the fuck is it? Thank you. A little bit low on HP, but that's fine. It's fine. I got the tower. I got the balefire. Shit. Oh, fuck. Well, one, I didn't have the, What? Okay. Let's hope that's still there, please. So, can I activate? No, really? Fuck you! Fuck. Alright, I gotta go back and get healing. That's annoying. This game is annoying sometimes. I mean, I should be able to come back here just fine. Hopefully there's no Canar here. Alright, good. Oh god, there are Canari here. Actually worse than Canari.
Good.
Fucking! They just murdered me. What in the fuck are these? Okay, what even are these? Barrier breaker, guard breaker, spirit resistance. Alright. Oh. Hi guys. Oh god, there's like spider ghosts. Well, this is just awful.
Siram Biramalas, Shivera Melava.
Alright. That was not fun. That was not fun. Guess maybe I was supposed to use my mark there so I get the temporary invulnerability for the whole party, but yeah, we made it. This was okay fight. We did okay. You know, we lived, so that's pretty much what we asked for. Now after that life right, I start to throw ourselves off a cliff again. Yup. I'm gonna save before I try it this time so I can just reload and not have to keep wasting potions on fall damage. There we go. Alright, let's try and figure this out again. Alright, now that these are out, can I just go light them and then come back if I screw up? I wonder. Like, will they just stay lit now? I mean, probably if I hit the button and they would go out after their timer. But hopefully they'll just stay lit if I don't hit the button. So, here's the question. Yeah, this, okay, does not make you go into combat and thus drop your thing. This is what you're supposed to use to get past those. I just happen to have another invulnerability thing that is easier to use. Alright. Hello? Yeah, what's in your box? Rhyme. All weapon attacks deal cold damage. On hit, chance to deal cold damage in an area around the target. Okay. Seems cool. Nope, not that way. Fuck! really thought that was the right way. Where is it? Oh, it's like up there. I went under it. Whoops. Well, we still got our thing. I don't think it's gonna be better than what Cassandra has? No. It's actually not very good at all. Why did that come back up? Go away! Move! No, I know that it's... Fuck you! Thank you. Oh my god, stop it. This dumb thing. Thinking I want anything in my top right corner. I can look at my journal when I want to see what I'm supposed to be doing. Alright. Back here. Now we get back to the center. Yeah, these are out, but that's because I hit the button. I'm gonna assume. Okay. Yeah, now we have a... How is this an inverted alluvian? It's not inverted at all. I don't understand. It's just a regular alluvian. Well. Hey guys! You wanna talk about this?
Survivor of the breach. Herald of change.
Yep. And
Hero
your
of the
ally.
South.
The Vidasala, I presume.
After fulfilling your purpose at the breach, it is astonishing to hear you still walked free among your people.
Because I'm a
Your
mage?
duty is done, Inquisitor.
Oh, yeah, okay.
It is time
Are you
to
wearing
end
books on your
magic.
shoulders as pauldrons?
It's not too late to put our weapons down and talk.
There's no need to pretend that you're blind to what you've begun. I am no stranger to catastrophe, but this chaos in the south defies
Using the regular
comprehension.
can travel to the inverted
If you
one.
know
Right,
your
but they kept
people
talking
to
about
curb
going
your
to
own
the...
magic.
Yeah, like how do they know that
amply
those
proven
went
we should have
together?
stepped in long ago.
Is that what Dragon's Breath is for? Murdering our heads of state just to control our magic?
Do you believe closing the breach solved everything? That its consequences stopped there? The day we saw the breach, the Qun decided
Well,
its
no,
action.
because we closed the breach
would
before we
remove
killed
your
Corypheus.
leaders
But
and
yes,
spare
killing
those who
Corypheus
toil.
pretty much ended
This
things.
agent of Fenharel has disrupted everything. Lives that were to be spared, lost for him.
Who is this agent? Why do you think they work for the Inquisition?
Kill the Inquisitor, then follow me to the Dargarad.
Why did you talk to me at all if that's all you were going to say? That's a lot of guys. I mean, they're not wrong to fear magic. Oh, that guy. Oh god. What am I dying to? Oh, those things. Oh, mage. Wow. I just took that like a champ. These guys are massive amounts of hit points. Oh god. Whoops. Is he just immune to my... Is he immune to fire? No. speed of his effects. He just has a shit ton of HP. Oh god. Oh my god. These fucking Kunari mages are just absurd. Like, they have so much more HP than anyone else. And we're gonna die. I don't... Why do they have the most HP of the Kunari? That seems very strange. I really hate these physical effects. The knockdown effects, constant knockdown. Could do without that. Oh god, I'm fighting this guy again. That's not what I was trying to do. God, go fuck yourself, Zara boss. Alright, is everything else dead? Oh yeah, it's just the two of us. Where the hell's my barrier? Like, I'm gonna die because I'm not getting any barrier. I don't know why I wasn't generating barrier or guard from killing that guy. Like, what? That was just weird. Okay, great. We have to go through the cutscene again. That's great. I mean, I'm gonna skip it, but that's... Oh god, we're like... What? Oh, okay. Never mind. It just saved in a weird place. Yeah, I don't even have very many potions left. Healing potions. I don't like the way this game handles healing once you actually are, like, in difficult fights. Like, repeatedly.
Survive.
No, I said to skip it.
Your duty is done.
Like, why would you not skip
left
it?
your people to curb your own magic.
Okay, there we go. Why is no one generating guard? Like, Sandra's not generating guard, I'm not generating guard. What in the gods? Okay, she generated some there and then immediately lost it. Alright, now she's got her guard. And I've got some too, at least. Alright. It's just this fucker now. guys are so annoying, but they're just a giant sack of hit points. There's not really, like... There's not tactics for these fights. It's just... The way they made them more difficult is just to give things more hit points. They're not harder in, like, any other sense. Alright, they're finally fucking dead. They better give us, supplies after that. Varric? Varric? Where's Varric? Why is Varric not getting up? Varric?
Demons, dragons, and even darkspawn. Now Kunari. I wonder if we will ever run out of things to fight.
Now I'm thinking about dragons, and I'm even more depressed about being here.
The dragons were amazing, weren't they?
They really were.
I never understood my homeland's fascination with dragons until the Inquisition.
Varric?
I suppose I am Navaran after all.
You don't like corpses, though. Maybe you're Kunari.
Varric? Oh, we can't go back to this Illuvian. Why is Varric dead? And why are there no thingies here? Give me some potions, please. Can't even interact with Varric. Oh, well that's where that was. The dead end one went right there. Just couldn't tell. Alright. This is really annoying. Why is Varric dead? Sheaf of Notes is written mostly in Kunlat, but select paragraphs have been translated into the common tongue. Those born outside the Kun will not comprehend the seriousness of using mages to help us. They believe the worst that can befall a mage is demon possession. They do not truly understand that the loss of mastery comes with a loss of self. A loss of the self. Those of the Kun, since birth, do not understand why we risk using Cerebus. We have immersed them in a sea of magic until it seems impossible they could ever do anything but drown. It is right that we enlighten you, so your purpose here is clear. We have learned from this place that there lived an elven mage who saw a great wrong and sacrificed all to right it. This mage made the veil, which protects us from the Fade. Of course they love Solus. But they also hate him because he's the agent of Fenrirel. This veil stripped power from his rulers, who had treated their people with such express that it makes the southern kings and queens seem staid. Yeah, they're fans of Fenrirel. Thus does every action carry rightness, and all paths converge. In his greatest magic, the elven mage became an agent of peace through the veil. In our willingness to brave this place, we may discover how the veil can be strengthened through our own mages. For that we risk our lives. The Cerebus who have joined this endeavor understand the dangers and have made their choice. Remember the words. Can they make a choice? My understanding of the Cerebus like the Kunari mages is they're all basically lobotomized, or like, I guess they're not lobotomized, but they're all like, because Tranquil can't actually do magic, they just enchant things, but they're like, you know, I mean, they got those fucking masks on, they can't even see, really. Anyway. Remember the words of Ashkari Koslin. Existence is a choice. There is no chaos in the world, only complexity. Knowledge of the complex is wisdom. From knowledge of the world comes wisdom of the self. From wisdom of the world comes wisdom of the self. Mastery of the self is mastery of the world. Loss of the self is the source of suffering. Suffering is a choice, and we can refuse it. It is in our own power to create the world or destroy it. Most of this is good up until you get to, like, this part. When all of a sudden it's like, so materialism, from wisdom of the world comes wisdom of the self, mastery of the self, mastery of the world, lost this, what? What? Suffering is a choice? No. For peace, we won't do any horror here. We will create a safer world or destroy the old one.
These are Vidisala's papers. She brought mages here to research strengthening the veil.
A way to clamp down magic. No wonder she's here.
It explains why the Kunari thought it was worth camping here.
Yeah, they didn't leave any camping supplies though. Where the fuck is Varric? I mean, I know where he is, but like, what the fuck is up with this? Alright. Hey, Armball. For science, I need you to do something. Well, that did not. Okay. That's interesting. I really don't want to do that fight again. I feel like I'm gonna have to. The scrap of parchment is written in both Kunlat. Varric's gone ahead to meet Blackwall. Oh my god. And the common tongue, are the letters in Kunlat are shaky. Please excuse my Kunlat. Its subtleties elude me, even with your patient teaching. We pulled everyone out of the palace. The Shem nobles assumed we were servants leaving on an errand. So they're Kunari infiltrators. We are hiding where you told us, waiting for signs the dragon's breath has begun. Victory is in the Kun.
No wonder the Kunari translated notes into our language. It was for their non-Kunari spies.
They'd have to. Kunlat's not an easy one to learn.
They're still Kunari. This is a problem with their consistent problem. Oh, every time this wears this amulet doesn't land a critical hit, a critical chance decreases greatly. Ah, pseudo-random. The amulet of pseudo-randomness. Hi, Dio. Why are you not sitting on the bed? You gonna go up and sit on the computer? What's over there? Okay. Oh, okay. It's a boat. What's that? Oh. Oh. Stinking cheater. Chance to spawn a toxic cloud at target location. Okay. That's also a fun shield. I don't think it's as good as the one we bought from the skeleton. From the magic skeleton. The magic skeleton. Yes, please talk. Oh, I don't think I can talk to it because Varric's dead. I'm gonna guess that's why I can't talk to it. There's also shit there. Oh my god, come on, Varric. Like, what is the deal? What's the dealio? If I could just go through an area transition, I feel like that might fix it, but it's not. It broke the mirror for some reason. It just deactivated the mirror randomly. I don't know why it would do that, but am I really supposed to, like, do this? Yep. Oh, there's a, okay, there's a working alluvian. I don't think there's any way up there from here. No, this doesn't really feel like... What are you doing? And there's nowhere else to go. Well, shit. Yeah, we're considered to be under attack, which is why we can't do anything. God, we have to do it again. This is so dumb. Stupid fucking game. Alright, you know what? If that's the way it's gonna be, then we gotta set everyone to... Oh, hi. Yeah, me running around? Okay. To use no healing potions. Oh, that's why he wasn't using them. He had his default on. So we don't use bowl very much.
Your duty. The Qun left your people to curb.
Okay, there we go. Hey guys. Varric's immediately dead. Just like immediately. Which unfortunately probably means this fight's gonna take a little longer. Because yeah, also Iron Bolt's probably gonna die. God, I love my fucking weapon. Excuse me? God, I do not like the constant knockdowns. What the hell just happened? Oh. I feel like your solution of Varric being dead is not to let him heal himself. Or I like how your solution. Yeah, well, I think he couldn't get up because I was out of potions. But you should normally still be able to manually get them up, but I couldn't interact with them for some reason. And I don't know why. What the hell is going on? Oh, just knocked down. It's hard to tell what's going on in these fights sometimes. Because there's a lot of light shows. I got him. That was faster. Hey, you're all alive. Well, there's a potion for each of you. And then no more. Somehow that seemed to be the smoothest fight of the three, yeah. Guess I'm getting used to it. What? Where is there an enemy? Oh, the fucking target. Please tell me that's not why he didn't get up last time.
These are Vidisala's papers. She brought mages here to research strengthening the veil.
A way to clamp down magic. No wonder she's here.
It explains why the Qunari thought it was worth camping here.
Demons, dragons, and even darkspawn. Now Qunari. I wonder if we will ever run out of things to fight.
Now I'm thinking about dragons, and I'm even more depressed about being here.
The dragons were amazing, weren't they?
They really were.
I never understood my homeland's fascination with dragons until the Inquisition. I suppose I am Navaran after all.
You don't like corpses, though. Maybe.
What's my amulet? Pretty good.
Qunari.
don't know when we're gonna get to use this stuff. I feel like, you know, we're closing in on the end of this, and there's not like, I don't know that you can really continue after this DLC. Maybe you can still continue, like you could in the normal game, but this feels more definitive considering we jumped ahead 2 years. It's not like you can just go back to those places and... God, cats, you just like... Alright, let's talk to this person now.
Visitors, patrons,
Yeah, there we
welcome.
go.
The halls are open.
Can you tell me where a Kunari called Vidasala went?
Yes, we heard much, although she fooled herself into thinking we could not hear. Take a keystone to the Davarad. I will join you there soon and take stock of our remaining Gatlock powder.
Okay.
I found a keystone with one of the Kunari.
Yes, and you need words for their key. Maras Nira. It glows. It will open the way to the Davarad. May you find what you seek. In coming here, you strengthen the paths.
I believe Trespasser ends in a pretty definitive way. It'd be hard to justify playing from there.
You've been very helpful.
Gil Dethal was what the Elven called me. One who guides seekers of knowledge true. I was connection. One city could read the records of another. One Elven feel the memories of another. When the veil fell upon us, I marked the end of all they knew. Farewell, patrons. Would that I could have greeted you whole.
Oh, everybody else leveled up, looks like. Look, Sandra, so what we need for you is this. Need to upgrade shield wall now. Let's do this. I think she's also might be said to not use shield wall. Yeah. That was Warcry. Guard must be broken. Guard provides attack. Okay. Why would you have that set to not use it? Yeah, we turned that off for you. You have knockout powder turned off so you don't run into the fights. Yeah. So yes, picking up one Fey Touch Cotton here and there does not seem too great. Yeah, it's a strange. Oh, I didn't spend the other two. Oops. Okay. Guys. Oh wait, Iron Ball didn't level up. Okay, just fair. That's interesting, I guess. Okay, I was gonna go get this, right? Yes. So what's Iron Ball at? Oh my god. It needs like 117 XP to level up. What is power? Is this like supposed to be a summary of how... Where was that? Oh, there it is. 243. Oh no, that's my Inquisition power. Right. That's not a character. That's how much unspent power I have, which is hilariously a lot. Wow, why does she have so much more strength than Iron Ball? Like, all their other stats are basically the same. She must be getting it from equipment, I assume. Never looked at this. Yeah, why do I heal so little from healing potions? Oh, I bet I have something which makes me heal very low. I think I actually do have an item, and I should probably just take it off before I heal if I'm out of combat. Is it like my amulet? No. Is it... What is it? Oh, there it is. It's on my armor. Oh, my armor has the sigil, the Deathroot sigil. That's what's making me heal so little. I just take off my armor. Alright, yeah, so here's the, you know, the one we went to before, where we died, hilariously. So obviously, turn to the Winter Palace to warn the others. Oh, I thought we were looking for the thing with the keystone, which is gonna be, I assume, the one that we couldn't open before, the original mirror from way back at the beginning. Like, the random loot, I understand as, like, you know, it's just, they're not going to take it out of the game, even though you're not going to be able to use it. Like, 'cause it's just, it would be weird if you weren't continually, if it just stopped happening. But the placed loot, like, placed schematics especially, is weird. Like, I don't know when if I'm gonna actually be able to craft that before the end of the game or not. Maybe, I guess, maybe I get a chance. I'm supposed to go back to the Winter Palace now. Maybe I get to craft stuff before one big fight.
Your agents confirm there are Gatlock battles in Denerim's palace?
What?
Yes, and in Val Royeaux and across the
What?
Marches. The Winter Palace.
How did they do that?
Target.
Don't tell me there's a fucking alluvian in Denerim's palace.
Oh, there is a bright side. Warning the ambassadors will remind them of the Inquisition's value.
Well, thanks, Josephine.
Not when the Inquisition is responsible for that threat.
Yeah, how do you know that?
They came in through us?
Yes.
How, damn it?
The elven servant handling the barrels has disappeared. Notes in his quarters suggest he was a Canary spy.
But the servant was Orlesian. That implicates Orlais, not us.
No, nice call
The
about the whole
barrels
war
arrived
table
at
from
the Winter
Skyhold.
Palace on the Inquisition supply manifest.
How are we supposed to fight a war when we can't even trust our own people?
Who hired them? Whose fault is this?
Do you know who got the barrels onto the Inquisition manifest?
Yes, several of the Inquisition's elven workers have gone missing.
It's not the
I
elves'
had their
fault.
backgrounds checked. They joined the Inquisition after fleeing the chaos in Kirkwall.
I remember when Kirkwall was at its worst. Many of the city's elves converted to the Qun, trying to find a better life.
Well, the
And
Qun
the Canary turned
didn't,
them into spies.
I mean, maybe you shouldn't have treated them as literally second-class citizens, assholes.
The Inquisition stopped Corypheus and saved the world. We can't let an outside threat change who we are.
I fought to protect the Inquisition in this exalted council. And for what? So we could deceive and threaten those we claimed to protect?
Once we locate the spies...
This isn't about the spies.
Who?
You hid the Canary
What?
body. You all but
Where is
seized
this
control
coming
of
from,
the Winter
Josephine?
Palace.
We did what was right, not what was politically convenient.
Do you know what this has cost us with Orlais and Ferelden? They are planning to dismantle us as we speak.
Also,
And perhaps they are right.
Leliana mostly did that. That was really on the Divine's decision, not ours. I don't want to die.
So, it's been getting worse. I don't know why. I don't know how to stop it. I don't know how much time I've got left. What I do know is that the Kunari need to be stopped. So I need to get to the Davarad while I can still fight.
And we do have a lot of people
Thank
who
you,
can fight.
Inquisitor. Would you like us to inform the Exalted Council of the danger?
Oh god, I mean... Well, how did they get them into Denerim and shit? Like, that couldn't have been from us, right? It's not like everywhere was our fault.
Yes. If we fail, the Exalted Council needs to know what happened.
I will inform them personally.
Leliana, I can...
No, your job is hard enough already. This is my responsibility.
I'll have guards ready at the Alluvion, in case the Kunari attack the palace.
Make her watch over you.
Alright. Oh, everyone's gone. Why is everyone gone? Where's everyone gone? Alright, well, we can go over here and check out, like... What was that? Oh, there's a note. Wager notes. If so many royals weren't in jeopardy, Leonard, I'd say we should let the Chevaliers throw the Inquisition out of the Winter Palace. We're in accord. Their puffed up shoulders are everywhere. One challenged me at the gate because the fool can use my house as a mask with a family not even invited. Why do they think they are in charge if they can't master even basic courtesies? Disgusting. I caught an Inquisition soldier in a palace guard in a fistfight. What happened? I stopped the fight, of course. We don't need the Exalted Council further out of hand. A terrible thought occurs. What if nothing gets decided? What happens to our wager, gentlemen? Make her forbid. If that comes to pass, we can give the royals to that farm your sister runs for retired chargers, Leonard. At least the old warhorses won't be left out in the cold. What's the light? I don't need any of that shit.
Is there something you need?
No. Where were you guys? I guess you guys are just hanging out. There are many empty pages, then one is door. No, we did that. Aww. A lovingly completed drawing of Dagna smiling. The nose is smudged, possibly by a kiss. Also, there's an arrow pointing to it that says, "Kiss smudged from kissing." Oh, that's adorable. Yeah, we can't upgrade our regular potions even, oddly enough. Don't know why we can't. Oh. Oh! Well, I don't have enough elf fruit? Really? I'm out of elf fruit? It's goddamn elf fruit.
Well met, your worship.
The order has been given. All known double agents within the Inquisition are being neutralized, and all suspect agents are being isolated from any information coming in or out of the Winter Palace. We've received messenger birds back from multiple cities. The Inquisition is not the only organization compromised by Kunari spies. Yeah, see? In Valvero, Gatlock barrels are being put in position by low-placed servants in the Grand Cathedral and Council of Heralds. In Denerim, Kunari spies are revealed among low-making members of the City Watch. Starkhaven was seeded with spies among its own palace servants. Yeah, fuck you, Sebastian. In light of our lack of oversight on this matter, I understand if an agent better suited to the task is promoted in my place. A reply below in Liliana's hand. The blame falls on me. I will not let anyone else appropriate it, no matter how well intended. Do not forget the lies we saved by warning other cities about the Gatlock barrels. Besides, my friend, I have enough scandalous gossip on you that I know I can trust you. Or how many other agents is this true? At least 23, my lady, but your point is taken. Oh. So, did we get any of these? That's a longsword, not a staff. Yeah, we got Encore. I don't know what it, like, does more so. Oh, on hit, chance to sing an offensive buff for allies. Versus my current one, which, well, it doesn't have anything, so I guess we could... Oh no, my current one is the fucking fire weapon. I'm taking that. That thing's hilarious. I can't imagine anything would top that. Is there... Yeah, nothing to... Cassandra, your weapon... No, it does have that, okay. Just that, okay. Could give you... We could craft you a rune, maybe? Runes. Yeah, we have plenty. Oh, we need those, right? How many of these do we actually have? We have 8 of those. We have 11 of those. It's not enough to make 2, though. 9 of those, okay. Superb Spirit Rune. This is staff only. I have plenty of those, though. Okay, well, I'm going to make one of these for my staff, because I don't have a Superb run. Gonna make some of these, I guess. It's not like you're using these for anything else. It's my staff. Miss Cassandra. Varric, what did we end up equipping you with? In your, What? I had Varric. God. Superb Frost Rune. Okay, that's fine. So it's just Iron Bolt. You can have the Superb Lightning Rune. I feel like they're trying to lead us toward that the Inquisition does need to be dismantled, but like, which, if the power structures in this world were good, that would be true, but they're not. So the Inquisition should be taking those things down. It's the only powers. institution that is capable of it. I spoke with relatives on the Legion side of my family, and they also don't know why the Inquisition guards are suddenly everywhere. Everyone is nervous. Maybe now the Winter Palace won't be sanguine about the Inquisition's forces at this council, or the standing army to the east. They did say Lavellen looks preoccupied. She has certainly spent enough time locked up with her advisors. Everyone's waiting to see what will come. The Inquisition must be dismantled. As a proof of their justice will be infiltrated by Kunari spies as literally everyone else. Yeah. That's, It is odd, like, why did they keep it a secret that there was a dead Kunari, like, from the counselor? Like, why did they try to, I don't, like, why not immediately tell the Orlesians, at least? Considering it's in their palace, it doesn't really, I'm not really sure what the reasoning behind that was. So is there literally nothing to do here? It's just like you can check up on your equipment right before the end, and that's it. Can't even talk to anyone. Alright, save.
Nightingale told us what happened with your hand.
All that matters now is stopping the Kunari. The rest, we worry about later.
All right, Bianca. Let's show all the tall people how it's done. One last time.
It's been an honor to kick asses beside you.
Boost your magic of the side quest of the Winter Palace now, apparently?
Thank you. All of you.
I mean, look, I've been fine for 2 years. If it's acting up all of a sudden, it's acting up due to something, so we can fix it and that'll be fine. I do not see anything to interact with at the Winter Palace.
The
so.
Darverand. All right, everyone, get ready.
Also weird to make the Kunari, like, the ultimate villains, unless Solus comes in and, you know, then we have to fight Solus or something, but I don't think that's gonna happen. It's just really, like, this doesn't feel like it doesn't, this feels like very rash for the Kunari, you know.
Finally, a chance to
by the
get some
telescope
answers
near
and
where
set this
Cassandra
right.
likes to hang out. Oh.
Thanks for bringing me along, boss.
The sooner we stop this invasion plan, the better.
Alright. Bull got his level up. That's a lot of mirrors. Where the hell are we? Oh, I forgot to let Bull use healing potions again. Whoops. God, I hope there aren't a bunch more of these things. is not fun to play. In the library, did you ever manage to get those two Qunari standing on a bit of rock in the middle of nowhere? Nope. The writing on these pages is completely incomprehensible, even to a native speaker of Kunlad. The handwriting resembles the scratches of an inebriated chicken, but the drawings are meticulous, an excruciatingly careful study of several Luvians, along with exploded diagrams of their inner workings. Alright, let's get our Veil Fire on. My favorite. Okay, this is where we came in. Which is now deactivated because plot. Because they don't want us going back.
Oh shit, that can't be good. You alright?
Oh, we should hurry. Here they come!
Oops. I gotta move back, sorry. Come on guys, move back. Yeah, there we go. Oh, well those guys had like no HP.
So, about this war. You know things didn't end well for Kirkwall the last time the Qunari got angry. I really hope we settle this fast. I've seen all the burning cities I ever want to see.
Me too. I'm from near Kirkwall, remember? Before Cullen got all my family and everyone I knew killed.
They've got guards on watch. Not sure if we can sneak by.
I mean, are we trying to sneak by? Is that a thing? Where are we trying to go? Well, it would look like not. Door's locked, okay. I don't know, for Kirkwall that was just Tuesday. Oh, poor Kirkwall. What's the idea here? I don't know, like, there's never been stealth in these games. I don't understand. Oh god, I can't take it because we're technically in combat. Something. first-person Dragon Age. I'm really impressed.
That's quite the door.
That you lived through that, Bull. You had very low health. Let's stealth past these guys. Bear in mind, if I get within 10 feet of any of them, they will erupt into flame. When the wearer of the spell is attacked, some damage reflecting back on enemies. Huh. Key. Sure. What is it? Well, I want to get in there. I want to get that, whatever that is. Oh. The entries of this book are written in several different hands, and occasionally even different languages. From the few entries in the common tongue, it appears to be a log filled in by the various guards who have watched the gates of the Darvrod. Morning. Artifacts brought in by Hisra Kith. Original location not on manifest. Asked Iskari, was told they're from ruins. Please remind agents that all relics must be properly cataloged, or the Tar boss will never stop complaining about it. Afternoon. 3 Kiths deployed, including Iskari of Hisra Kith. Told her to write down locations that are manifest this time. Evening. Hisra Kith reported back. Iskari handed me manifest that just said, outside Darvrod. Asking my stand for a knife. Okay. Hey, buddy. Oh, he's a Ben Hasrath. Well, this has got some red lyrium here. Just,
Red lyrium. Do the Kunari have any idea what they're dealing with?
they should.
They might think they do, but they don't.
Like they should. Is that a excavated mural believed to be a self-portrait by Fen Harel? Man, who makes murals like this? Okay.
It's no good.
I don't know what that
No
was.
good. It's no good.
What? What are you doing? Oh. One sees the hunter, one flees from it, one hunts it in turn, one outwits them all. Ah, the golden nug. I guess this is what you can do, is you can, with all that crafting stuff, is you can use the golden nug.
It's no good.
Okay, so it goes out? So what are we supposed to do with this? I don't understand. One sees the hunter, one flees from it, one hunts it in turn, and one outwits them all. I just don't even understand how this is a riddle. Like, it doesn't give us an objective, it's just a thing. But let's go down. Are we supposed to do it in order? Like, who sees the hunter?
Is that an astrarium? How did the Kunari move it here?
Perhaps we should keep our distance. Some of those artifacts are deadly.
What the hell? What? An astrarium? Oh, there's that thing. Yeah. And they also have a skull thing and some other weird shit. But they're just kind of hanging out here. Along with... Yeah. Okay. Weird shit. Supply cache at least. Alright, so one sees the hunter, one flees from it. Yeah, we have to do it in order. Okay, sure. Owl sees the hunter. Deer flees from the hunter. I just don't know what all of our options are. I only saw 3. So this is a dragon, I guess. This is a deer. One flees from it, one hunts it in turn, one outwits them all. Okay, so flees from it, one hunts it in turn. Dragon. One outwits them all. Okay. We got some weird ass noise. But I don't know. Is it gonna be down by the statue? Fucking Solas and his fucking riddles. Like, come on, man. Yeah, it is. Okay. What you got for us in your mystery box, Solas? The Bloody Bargain. Yeah. That's cool. Outwits them all is bound to be a wolf. Well, the hunter, I think, was the wolf. But I think he is the outwits them all, yes. Conceited little kid, yeah. Alright, is there anything else here? I think we have used this area, so we just need to go open these.
That's it. Get them all like that and we're in.
Are there 3? Am I gonna have to go in alone? I hope not. I mean, that would be fine, but that'd be weird. Wait, is this a puzzle? Oh god, is it a puzzle? I just thought I was gonna have 3 people do them all, but it's a fucking puzzle. Why? No, what the fuck? I was trying to walk away and then it kept turning it. Okay, I gotta go back all the way around again now. This is not even like, this isn't really a puzzle, this is just dumb. Like, why would this mechanism exist?
Let's go.
Oh, it's a hobbit hole. Hey! God. This is fucking hilarious. Whenever they just erupt on fire as they're casually walking past me. So how do you feel about this, Bull? Like, you're pretty screwed now in terms of the Kuyun.
Hang in there. Someone back at the palace has to be able to help.
I better not die at the end of this. Well, Solus can just throw up and take it away from me, right? Like, that's what can actually happen. It's probably gonna happen. Yeah, heal yourself. Walk back there and get your, Why are they storing primed gunpowder, like, literally right here next to their table? Some of this letter is written in Cunlot. Most of it is in the common tongue. The letter is blocky and simple, but tidy. The dragon's breath must continue, regardless of concerns at the Winter Palace. Many are new to the Cune and have not yet learned to trust. Your worry is understandable. The rest of the world has betrayed you. All who have been to Darvarad know the difficulty of maintaining the specimen for extraction for as long as we have. If we delayed dragon's breath, we would have to dispose of the specimen. Creating Gatlock is normally a slow process requiring much mining and careful alchemy. Venom extraction offers the only means to deliver the dragon's breath quickly and in large quantities. Is there gonna be a dragon? Everyone's like, oh, I wish we could just fight a dragon. Is there gonna be a dragon? There's gotta be a dragon in Trespasser. It's like your finale DLC, right? To delay dragon's breath is to lose any chance of bringing peace to the south without needless suffering. The Cune demands we save the workers of the South from a bloody war and deliver them into our teaching before corruption further overtakes land. To be fair, they are planning a decapitation strike, right? Like, they're just planning to blow up the palaces and kill a bunch of nobles. It's fairly humane as far as wars go. Others have voiced concern over the specimen. The Cune does not demand cruelty to any living being, but all creatures have a place and a duty under the Cune. The specimen serves as it must. When dragon's breath is complete, it will be extinguished quickly and painlessly, as when we slaughter animals for food. Allow your superiors to deal with the agents of Fenrirel, and remember your role in service to the Cune. I mean, they'll kill a bunch of servants too, but... Ooh. Several entries in this journal, some in Cunlot and some in Common, as if the writer was practicing their language skills. The last page reads, "Sent to palace again, moving things along. Bast Shems never notice who comes or goes. When the dragon's breath comes, they won't know what hit them." So there wasn't anywhere... Was there stuff up here? I feel like there was more stuff up here, maybe. Yeah, we came in through here. Okay, so there's... Yeah. Oh, okay. Now I'm confused about that geography. Whoa! Amulet? Where this amulet suffers no physical effects in combat. Alright, that's intense. No, not you. I wouldn't want it on you anyway. Generates a moderate amount of aggression. So... it feels like that might be better for you. That's also something to replace. Big chest for a teeny little amulet. Maybe it's a very big amulet. Who knows? I feel like I maybe should put this on him just so he has some life. Oh, yeah, please do that as well. You're the one who's actually below health all the time. I'm kind of curious about just putting on the Belt of Infernal Pact. Yeah, my health goes down enormously, but I'm curious if I'll just die instantly or not. Oh. Okay. Oh, okay, let me go here. Poor Bull finally gets to play the main team, and all he's doing is killing Kunari. I know. That's why he's here. It's literally why he's here. It's like, oh, there's Kunari. Bull, you should come with us. He's like, boss? Really? Oh, another one of the... Oh, that's an Elven. That's the Elven thing, not a... Oh, God. Dragon skill. The document appears to be written entirely in Kunlat, but contains a number of complicated diagrams, including detailed blueprints of Halam Sharal and a number of other palaces and fortresses.
You know, the Kunari sacked Kirkwall over just one book, and here we've got hundreds. What are all these? Research? Lists of the stuff they've dug up? Recipes for black powder, maybe?
Morrigan said the key to an Illuvian could be anything, including knowledge or power. So they're stockpiling both. That's how they got the keystone and opened so many of the Illuvians we've seen.
Hopefully they don't have any more ancient magic crap to throw at us. That dragon skull would make a wicked armchair, though. Maybe we could take it back to Skyhold after this.
Sure, Bull. I'm glad you're so casual about this. That was not a bad Freddie Prinze Jr. impression. It was only 2 words, but still. Thanks. Letter with an Inquisition seal sits half buried in a pile of memos. To the Honorable Salasari, Triumvirate of the Qun, on behalf of the Inquisition, I must humbly inquire as to the hostile actions of your agents in Halam Sharal. The Iron Bull has consulted his immediate superiors and contacts within the Ben Hasrath to no avail. It was our understanding that the Inquisition and the Kunari Nation were allies. Why then are our people being attacked by Ben Hasrath agents, and why have we found Kunari Gatlock hidden around the Exalted Council? If your illustrious personages can offer an explanation, we'd be glad to hear it. If not, we must consider these to be acts of war. Respectfully, Ambassador Josephine Montilier. Several incomprehensible messages in Kunlat follow. So we're finding all this stuff in Kunlat, and it's like, we can't read Kunlat, so that's why they're saying that they're not going to tell us what it is. But Iron Bull can read Kunlat. Like, a letter written in... He could at least give us a summary. A letter written in common and elegant script has been torn open and crumpled into a ball, but the writing is still legible. To Ambassador Josephine Montilier of the Inquisition, the Salasari have no knowledge of any operations occurring in Halam Sharal and are investigating your claims of Gatlock being used in the south. We regret that we are unable to indulge any information regarding current Ben Hasrath activities at this time, but we have to assure you that our partnership with the Inquisition is one we value highly. Oh, that's interesting. So was that they were going to write a fake reply, or is that they found that was somebody actually replying? Wow, I haven't seen a locked door that, like, Varric for a rogue to unlock in a long time. Oh, it's got... Is it just... It is just supplies. Well, that's fine, I guess. Might as well. Oh, look at that! It's a dragon! Yeah.
Dragon's breath is an actual dragon?
Tethar, Bars.
Inquisition! Nira Tasiasara! Niraba Sadim Kata! Hisrat, now, please! Vinekatas!
Understood, ma'am.
No.
Plans. Nothing personal. Boss.
No! I'm gonna go cry now! I wanna go cry! That's not cool. I mean, okay, the hilarious thing is he's gonna die, like, instantly because of his abilities. But cry. I'm still very upset. Will this actually... Why is this like... Yeah, okay. Dio, do not immediately knock that over. Guess what? He'll turn on you even if you're in a romance with him. I assume he doesn't turn on you if you've broken him away from the Qun, though. Sad thing is now he won't get a chance to fight a dragon with you. That's... Yeah! There's a dragon, Bull! We gotta go kill the dragon! Okay. Well, that's upsetting. I mean, he should know this is gonna go poorly for him. Okay. Oh, fuck! He murdered me. That's bad. There, you gotta pull me up. Thank you. What in the fuck? Okay. I need to not... Can I... Yeah. Okay, well, first of all, why am I at... Okay, there we go. I'm pretty sure this was a bad idea. Pretty sure that was a bad idea.
Trespasser!
Oh my god. I was like, I'm getting stunned by shit. That's what kills me, is if I get stunned. Alright, do I need to... Yes, okay, I need to save after I do this. After I replace this. Alright, he's not using his abilities that lower his health immediately, which makes it actually harder. Hey guys. Okay, we should do this then. Sorry, Bull. Feel pretty awful about that, but I mean, I don't feel awful about it for me. I feel awful about it. Got another goddamn mage down there. Sure it is. He's just got so much HP. Good thing you like Cassandra so much, considering she's the only fire you got left now. It's true. What? Oh, why was I not gaining fucking anything? These guys just, like, break my ability to, like, gain shit sometimes. It's very confusing. My ability to, like, gain armor? Yeah, like that? Oh my god. I'll lose this fucking thing again. Oh, okay. Oh wait, that was the wrong thing. Varric is somehow alive. Who knows how? These guys just drain my fucking... Yeah. Maybe Cullen will blow up the compost and get stuck in.
Still can't believe Bull turned on us.
I should have known. It was my duty to have known.
He's a better liar than I gave him credit for.
No.
I still don't understand how he could fight beside us for years and just... Oh, come on. Let's move.
No, I understand that part. Portions of this are an indecipherable cunlot with what might be formalized in an unfamiliar number system. One section has been translated for Vidathari workers in the factory, then circled repeatedly underlined with arrows drawn around it by someone who was clearly very insistent that it be read. Sometimes Varric is inexplicably alive, sometimes he's inexplicably dead. It all evens out. That's true. For primers, combine no more than 1 part Itachi venom with an equal amount death redoxin and 3 parts powdered silverite. Adding more venom will dissolve the casing of the primers here in the factory and fill the room with deadly gas. Whoever keeps getting the formula wrong needs to see me immediately. We have a great many primers to make on a tight schedule and can't afford any more delays due to mistakes. Oh, how convenient. Oh, hi guys. What in the hell was that, Cassandra? Who has the ability to freeze people in this fight? I don't actually know in this party who is freezing people, but it's very nice. It's very good. I didn't equip Cassandra with that weapon, right? Also, yeah, Varric inexplicably got back to life after being dead again. Pretty sure. It's Cassandra's super expensive shield, isn't it? Oh! I thought it just did an explosion of damage. I didn't realize it actually... I didn't remember that it freezes people. Well, that's fucking awesome. And it didn't start doing it because I had her use shield levels disabled for a while when I first got it, so that's why it didn't start doing it immediately. I would have probably made the connection. Oh my god, just die already. Why won't you just die? Yeah, from the skeleton merchant, yeah. Let's use the last healing potion. Seems bad. Seems like we could use some more supplies. Is there... Oh, those are all just Gatlock shit. Maybe we should use more of those, but I'm a little worried about blowing myself up. Oh good, more supplies, alright. First half of this logbook appears to be notes on the care and feeding of animals in a free Archer Lord's manner. After that, it shifts into practice phrases and Coonlot. Later, it begins again with the following. Beast presents chafing around limbs and tail, likely from attempts to use chains. While its natural strength remains, muscles are slack from confinement. Tardathras said she initially tried drugging the beast, but the amount required to keep it sedated changed the quality of its venom so that it was no longer useful in producing Gatlock. She says fire has kept it under control while the heated panels kept it in a state of comfortable drowsiness. Tardathras is not as good at deception as she thinks she is. She does not like what we are doing to the beast. She calls it Atashi, which means something like great thing, and she repeats sayings from the Kyun to herself when she extracts the venom. I do not disagree with her. I saw enough harm done to innocent beasts at my lord's sneering commands. The beast, the Atashi, deserves better than the pry bars and needles we use upon it each time we drain its venom gland. Tardathras says I may be needed at the Winter Palace. It is likely that some view elves with suspicion thanks to these attacks by agent of Fen'Harel. But a human one may still pass unnoticed among the servants. She says I may be asked to deliver more Gatlock in different containers. She says that it could be dangerous, and that if I do not return, most will assume I am dead. As I said, Tardathras is not as good at deception as she thinks she is. But she is right. I do not join the Kyun for this. Free the dragon.
We can't leave this dragon here. Whatever they're using it for can't be good for us.
Her captors have already mutilated her. It seems needlessly cruel to kill her.
If we can move these rings, we can let the dragon loose.
Oh. Is this another puzzle? How is this a puzzle? I don't actually understand what. So I see that I'm moving things on the ground, but I don't understand what the goal is. Please?
We will not let you cut down the Atashi.
We're not trying to.
The barrier is blocked. It cannot move.
Oh, we gotta go out here and blow this up? Nope. Well, that did not do anything. Please don't kill the dragon. Well, the dragon is off of its, like, warmth thing. I just don't understand what we're trying to do. Oh my god, just fucking stop trying to target the dragon. What are we trying to do? Oh my god. I could assume we gotta get the door open. Yeah. that shit.
The gate is open. Now we move the rings.
Oh. Let's do that first. Well, it's not clear at all. Hang out there, Cassandra. Wait, that gate's not very open. Oh god, it's on a timer. Well, why the fuck is it? Oh my god, this is... Go away, asshole. So, I can't move. Why can I not? This seems bad. Because it seems like it's blocked because of this thing. But I can't actually move this thing. Alright. Did it still poison me through the goddamn... Please go! Leave! How am I supposed to do this? Oh my god, this is dumb.
Dragon here. Whatever they're using it for can't be good for us.
Her captors have already mutilated her. It seems needlessly cruel to kill her.
So it said, oh, let's do it first, but that is not what we actually want to do. We actually want to move those. Or open the gates first. Like, open the gates, now move the thing. No, we want to move the things first.
Dragon here. Whatever they're using it for can't be good for us.
Her captors have already mutilated her. It seems needlessly cruel to kill her.
If we can move these rings, we can let the dragon loose.
The barrier is blocked. It cannot move.
Oh my god, can we not, like, if we can't get rid of this, what's the point of this? I'm
not let you cut down the Atashi.
Really mad. Don't want to kill it. I do want to kill these guys. what is supposed to be happening here? I really do not know. Okay, I looked up. Yes, I'm interested. I have no idea what the hell I'm supposed to be doing, really. Like, this seems fine. I feel like I need to open the gates now. Hope it doesn't, yeah, hit me with that.
Open. Now we move the rings.
Like, oh my god, of course I do. This fucking, oh, this is so dumb! This is so dumb. They're really pushing this thing hard, and it's just like, no, this is not, you gotta... Why can I not just blow it up with anything else? That's awful.
We can't leave this dragon here. Whatever they're using it for can't be good for us.
Her captors have already mutilated her. It seems needlessly cruel to kill her.
Okay, yep. Like, I haven't used that to destroy anything this entire DLC. I've had it. Well, I've used it to destroy, like, the specific... No, that wasn't even... That was just an interaction with, like, the thing. There's not been a point where I had to hit that button in order to blow something up. At all.
We will not let you cut down the Atashi.
Darius is set. Now we just need to open the gate.
Atashi Itwa, Kerasal!
What? Why am I stuck? Yay! That's not where I was. LOL. Roast him. Yeah. Good boy. Barrick's outfit. Oh, it's very funny.
Dear Inquisitor, you have such little time left. You must finally see the truth. Elven magic already tore the sky apart. If the agents of Ben Harel are not stopped, you will shatter the world as well.
So, they were happy about the Veil before. But, good job turning a fearsome dragon loose on the countryside to hunt after sport later. Exactly.
The Inquisition
It's no
has nothing
fun
to
if
do
they're
with
just
these
trapped.
agents.
Come, Inquisitor. I am the eyes and ears of the Canary people. Do you think you can deceive me? You would have died from the mark on your hand, but for the help of one of their chief agents. The same agent who helped seal the breach, who led you to Skyhold, who gave Corypheus the orb.
Then you should know that I don't know this.
Soulless, agent of Fen'Harel.
What?
That makes no sense. Flashbacks. It made perfect sense. So you should also know Solus has disappeared, and like we're not doing that. This is like, so they know enough to know all this stuff, but they don't know enough to realize that we didn't know. I mean, there's a way in which that can work, but it's like you kind of have to lay out what exactly they know, so you can figure out, so you can see how they would jump to these conclusions. I mean, okay, the part about giving Griffith's orb doesn't actually make sense.
Solus wanted that orb. If the agents of Fen'Harel gave it to Corypheus, he couldn't be one.
Or perhaps he was tasked with removing the evidence of his group's interference. Solus tricked us all. He pushed a dying Qunari into the Winter Palace to lure you into opposing us. Without him, we could have brought the South peace and wisdom along the gentle path. Now we must take the way of blades.
They're giving you far too much. Wait, so you're like, oh, we wouldn't have fought you unless, except we would have just blown you up if Solus hadn't pushed that thing for you.
Solus will not outlive you.
How do you know? Do you have him? Like, you've been trying to capture him. Killing him myself! I mean, I do need him to heal my hand. That's the actual, like, thing.
Solus is the only one who can help with my mark. We find him before Vidasala does.
Oh, I get it. Why would I be re-choosing now? Oh, because Iron Bull's gone. Duh. Fuck. Alright. Who are we going with now? Now we go with Cole, I think. Even though he's...
The Vidasala cannot have gotten far.
All these X's on the character select screen, yep. Cole. Oh, nope. Oh, maybe. Man, I gave him that rune. Oh. One fires 3 shots when attacking, though. That seems better. Piercing arrows. I don't know what that means, but... Oh, it has 95% armor penetration. Well, that's pretty cool. That might be good. Hey Cole, I'm sure we picked up some endgame stuff you can use. Give me a second. Yup. Oh, that's what I actually should have had on Iron Bull. It's probably fine.
Up there!
Like, where did Cole come from?
Everyone back!
Cool. Melker now builds up power even faster. Using it is difficult, but discharges all accumulated focus. As the focus reaches full power, the anchor discharges uncontrollably, damage you and your allies as well as nearby enemies. Great. So, like, you better start fucking using this.
Will kill you. Solus must help, as he did at Haven.
Solus doesn't want to hurt people. He isn't that kind of wolf. The Canary don't see.
Oh yeah, having Cole would be... I wonder if having Cole around gets you comments earlier than this, because Cole already knows who Solus is. He knows the whole time. Alright. I mean, might as well kill everyone, I guess. Oh, hi. Really? Just you? Oh, never mind. Not just you. What is going on? Oh, okay. That's what's going on. It's like, what's happening? Oh, I'm exploding. Reminds me of that Mass Effect playthrough. Yours? Where you killed everyone? Oh my god, it is going fast.
He can't be far from her, or it hurts him.
From her who? Just that. Like, it doesn't make sense that the anchor is doing this now unless it's specifically been triggered by something, because it's been fine for 2 years. God, it reached level 27, huh? Yes, the rocks fall, everybody dies playthrough. Yeah, why did I never get that? Oops. Spent so long plotting to get the worst possible outcome to every major quest. Hey guys. Oops, sorry, I was trying to use the thing again, but I didn't realize it has a long cooldown independently of focus. Put far less effort into my degree. So did you recruit everyone still? Like in Mass Effect 1, you can like not recruit most of the characters. So did you recruit them and obviously Mass Effect 2 you're stuck with them, I think you have to recruit them all. Other than like DLC characters. Oh yes, recruited everyone. Okay. So maximum bad things can happen. I'm kind of curious what Mass Effect 1 looks like if you don't recruit, like, Garrus and Rex. If it's just... I guess I think you have to recruit Tali. Or no, can you not recruit Tali? Maybe? I think you're... Obviously you have Ashley, and you don't have a choice about Ashley, you don't have a choice about Kaden, you don't have a choice about Liara. You have to have Tali and one of Rex or Garrus, okay. Well, that's disappointing. You can't just have very few people. Oh, it's about to explode.
He's coming to stop us.
Who? Oh, him. Huh? That must be him. Please use your potions. Great, we just have a boss version of these fucking mages. And both my rogues are dead.
Be ready. They have reinforcements.
Oh god, Cassandra's dead. I want Cassandra awake. Did she die instantly? Oh my god. How is this supposed to work for anyone that's not? I hate these fuckers. They just constantly drain everything. Like... What? Why is there two of them? Also, why am I turning? Or why am I not focused on? Like, why am I? Okay, what is going on that is making me try and do that? This is really dumb. Didn't I actually do it? Finally. I mean, he's not dead yet.
You will not leave here,
Alright.
Inquisitor.
We have no HP, no potions. Goodbye. Where are my potions? Really? I don't get any more healing? Oh. Can I dodge into here for healing?
One of the mirrors must lead out of here.
Okay. Well, I have no HP and no way to heal, so I don't know what they want me to do. Like, I don't have more potions. There's no way to refresh them. This is dumb? I think this is bad? Like, this is one of the problems of this game, is that it doesn't want you to heal without potions, and it just means, like, if you run out, once you run out of potions, you're reliant on potion refills for healing. Like, that's the nature of the game they set up, and it's just like, I have not any trouble with it because the game has been so easy that it's never been an issue, because we never need potions. But now I do, and it's just like, well, what? Okay, there's actually supplies here, thank God. So I just missed those. Why am I like in? Oh, because I'm okay. Alright. Yeah, I figured I must have missed one. I just was like looking around for it in here and there wasn't one, so. Hi, I just want to run. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do that. Alright, that worked-ish.
Let us finish this!
You are dead, Inquisitor. Your soul is dust.
God damn it. And he's, of course, stopping me from going into the thing somehow. It's just a thing that he does. There. Yeah, I've got to be finishing the game tonight, right? Like, this feels like it's got to be the end. Oh, he summoned some demon friends. That seems bad. Why is the vision like the color? Is this supposed to be because of the mark on my hand that my colors are going all bad? Because it just looks annoying. It's not actually like He's not supposed to be able to move through that, but sure. He's just like immune to my control of the abyss. And how Varric's alive again. And Varric is standing right next to him. I think he got pulled in, but... God, how much health does this guy have? 168,000. Sure. Oh, hi! Hi, Pride Demon. Sorry, I'm a little busy.
We cannot hurt him. Use your mark.
Sure. Thanks, Cassandra, for, Where'd everybody go? Why are they all dead? What? Ignoring the Pride Demon. That's got to wound his, next time. Alright, I guess I'm alone. They better not be dead. Oh, hey. Remember those guys?
Ebesit kata, etwa ost.
Maraskata!
Your forces have failed. Leave now and tell the Qunari to trouble me no further.
Hi, Solus. I'm a little bloody, but little help here. Little help here, Solus. Thanks.
That should give us more time. I suspect you have questions.
How were you able to control the anchor?
In the same way as when I stopped it from killing you at Haven. Although I am stronger now. The mark you bear was bestowed upon you by the Orb of Fen'Harel. My orb.
You're Fen'Harel.
I was Solus first. Fen'Harel came later. An insult I took as a badge of pride. The Dread Wolf inspired hope in my friends, and fear in my enemies. Not unlike Inquisitor, I suppose. And now you know. What is the old Baelish curse? May the Dread Wolf take you?
Maharel Lassa.
Only by omission.
Malassa Banar Gilana!
What would you have had me say? That I was the great adversary in your people's mythology?
I would have had you trust me!
I sought to set my people free from slavery to would-be gods. I broke the chains of all.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that part.
The false gods called me Fen'Harel. And when they finally went too far, I formed
That's
a
all
veil and banished them
fine.
forever.
That's not what I'm mad about.
Thus I freed the elven people. And in so doing, destroyed their world.
You banished the false gods. You didn't kill them.
You met Mythol, did you not? The first of my people do not die so easily. The Evanurus are banished forever, paying the ultimate price for their misdeeds.
The Evanurus were elven mages. How did they come to be remembered as gods?
Slowly.
This all seems kind of unnecessary.
War breeds fear. Fear breeds a desire for simplicity. Good and evil, right and wrong.
Really? You can just say they were just evil fucks who wanted power?
Ended, generals became respected elders, then kings.
Because that's generally how that God King position arrives.
You said that the elven gods went too far. What did they do that made you move against them?
They killed Mythol. Crime for which an eternity of torment is the only fitting punishment.
I thought Mythal was one of the Evanurus.
She was the best of them. She cared for her people. She protected them. She was a voice of reason. And in their lust for power, they killed her.
Well, she was the good leader, the good slaver.
How did creating the Veil destroy the world?
You saw the remains of Via Dethara. The library was intrinsically tied to the Fade, and the Veil destroyed it. There were countless other marvels, all dependent on the presence of the Fade, all destroyed. Your legends are half right. We were immortal. It was not the arrival of humans that caused us to begin aging. It was me. The Veil took everything from the elves, even themselves.
I don't like this. This is like retro, like this is basically like, oh, so that story of, you know, colonialism, where humans came along and enslaved and, you know, destroyed this ancient people, becomes, oh, they destroyed themselves before the humans ever got there. The humans just, you know, it's not the humans' fault. Like, it's not the Europeans, white people's fault. They were already killing themselves.
That's the past. What about the future?
I lay in dark and dreaming sleep while countless wars and ages passed. I woke still weak a year before I joined you. My people fell for what I did to strike the Evanurus down. But still, some hope remains.
That's a giant mirror! Oh my god! The biggest mirror!
I will save the elven people. Even if it means this world must die.
Why is that necessary?
Why does this world have to die for the elves to return?
A good question, but not one I will answer. You have always shown a thoughtfulness I respected. It would be too easy to tell you too much. I am not Corypheus. I take no joy in this. But the return of my people means the end of yours. It is my fight. You should be more concerned about the Inquisition.
What? So you're just like, my bad? Like, I shouldn't have destroyed all the Elven slaver empire?
With luck, they will return their focus to Tevinter. That should
So you're gonna bring them back? Like, I don't understand. Like, why is this not worth it?
The Kunari said the Inquisition was unknowingly working for agents of Fen'Harel.
I gave no orders.
You led us to Skyhold.
Corypheus should have died unlocking my orb. When he survived, my plans were thrown into chaos. When you survived, I saw the Inquisition as the best hope this world had of stopping him. And you needed a home. Hence, Skyhold.
Why must the world die for the Elves to return? A good question. The writers are still working that one out. I mean, I assume what he means by that is he's gonna destroy the Veil. He's gonna bring the Fade back. But I just don't understand why he would want to do that.
You gave your orb to Corypheus.
Not directly. My agents allowed the Venatori to locate it. The orb had built up magical energy while I lay unconscious for millennia. I was not powerful enough to open it. The plan was for Corypheus to unlock it, and for the resulting explosion to kill him. Then I would claim the orb. I did not foresee a Divinity Magister having learned the secret of effective immortality.
He was a Darkspawn, like the original Darkspawn. He wasn't just some Magister.
What would have happened if Corypheus had died, and you'd recovered the orb?
I would have entered the Fade using the mark you now bear. Then I would have torn down the veil.
See?
As this world burned in the raw chaos, I would have restored the world of my time. The world of the elves.
If you destroyed the veil, wouldn't the false gods be freed?
I had plans.
That sounds bad.
I never thought of you as someone who would do that, Solus.
Thank you. You must understand. I awoke in a world where the veil had blocked most people's conscious connection to the Fade.
So did you not see what happened when you set up the veil? Like...
We aren't even people to you.
Not at first. You showed me that I was wrong. Again. That does not make what must come next any easier.
For whatever it's worth, thanks for the castle.
For whatever it's worth, you used it well.
You control the Illuvians now?
Yes. You remember Briala from Hallam Shiral? For a time, she controlled part of the labyrinth. One of my agents was supposed to take it from her, but he did not succeed. I had to override the magic personally. The Qunari stumbled upon this section independently. With them gone, the Illuvians are now mine.
What's wrong with the Inquisition?
You created a powerful organization, and now it suffers the inevitable fate of such. Betrayal and corruption.
It's not that simple.
Isn't it? Perhaps we should ask your friend, the Iron Bull. Tell me, where is he? Do you know how I discovered the Qunari plot? The plot I disrupted by leading them to your doorstep. The Qunari spies in the Inquisition tripped over my spies in the Inquisition. The Elven Guard who led you to the Qunari body? Who intercepted the servant with the Gatlock barrel? Mine.
Why bother disrupting the Qunari plot if you're going to destroy the world regardless?
You have shown me that there is value in this world, Inquisitor. I take no joy in what I must do. Until that day comes, I would see those recovering from the breach free of the Qun.
Why?
Because I am not a monster. If they must die, I would rather they die in comfort.
I don't know that the elves would be are in more in comfort now than if the Qun killed all the nobility.
I guess we owe you for that one too.
I hope it gives your people some final peace.
There's still the matter of the anchor. It's getting worse.
I know, Venan. And we are running out of time.
Is that why? No, it only started getting worse like a week ago, maybe. A couple of days ago.
The mark will eventually kill you. Drawing you here gave me the chance to save you. At least for now. I wish it could, Venan. My love.
Don't do that. I don't want a kiss from you right now.
I will never forget you.
You big softy. I mean, I'll put him down. I'm just saying I would give him a chance. Also, he's going to be really hard to kill because he's an ancient god.
something must be done, but we cannot lose the Inquisition now. We stand on the brink of war with the Canary.
Yes, because this Solas provoked them in the first place.
The Inquisition did not cause this threat. We informed the Summit of the danger.
The danger posed by Canary spies.
No, the danger posed by Canary spies inside every organization. Fuck you.
Organization, you would not be alive to complain.
No one has forgotten what you have done. But Corypheus is 2 years dead.
If the Inquisition is to continue, it must do so as a legitimate organization, not a glorified...
Did I cut off my hand?
Inquisitor.
Why? My hand was missing, right? Solus took the anchor. He took my hand? Your arm was part of the deal? What the fuck? I don't even know if you're messing with me. I didn't see him take it. I just like, my hand is gone. Oh, hi, Sierra. We're literally at the end of the game. So our only options are we serve Divine Victoria, or we do it ourselves. I think saying we serve the Divine is fine. I'm fine with Victoria. Fucking Christ, Diamond! You're not, I mean, that is truthful. That is an honest statement of what just happened. My ancient god egg boyfriend just cut off my arm. I didn't kiss him, he kissed me. That was not my decision. That was not consensual.
You all know what this is? A writ from Divine Justinia authorizing the formation of the Inquisition. We pledge to close the breach, find those responsible, and restore order, with or without anyone's approval.
Aw, Cassandra.
I'm proud to say we accomplished that goal. We will honor the sacrifice.
Nobody's like, Inquisitor, are you okay? You're missing a hand?
Because our work is not done. Where we led in war, we will now serve in peace. The Inquisition will act as Divine Victoria's personal honor guard. Answering directly to her, we will transition from a military force into a peacekeeping organization. My own adventuring days may be done, but the Inquisition and its mission will continue.
Alright, that's it. Bye. I made my decision, even though this whole council was convened so they could decide by group. Oh, Vivian, who invited you? I didn't invite you. Go away. Sierra, you know that if I could declare war on the Orlesian and Ferelden monarchies, I would do it. Yeah, get the fuck out of here, Vivian. From military unsupervised super cops to regular unsupervised super cops. Yeah, look. You know, there's not really any such, like, when we talk about a dictator, right? Like, every ruler, there is no such thing as a person who rules alone. Every ruler depends on a group of people to keep them in power. In some cases, it's the military. In some cases, it's not. Monarchies are kept in power by their noble militaries. The Inquisition is kept in power by a bunch of people who believe in the Inquisition, who happen to be soldiers. It's me sighing heavily that the game won't let me burn down every monarchy, yeah. Literally, that was the Kunari plan, was literally they just loaded explosives into every fucking palace, and they were just gonna kill all the nobles. And also the servants were all their spies, so they weren't even gonna kill them, or most of them, because they were gonna get them out of there. And I was just like, can we just let them do it? Like, what is the bad part of this plan? It's a military without borders. Oh shit, I wasn't actually reading these. With Dragon's Breath disrupted, the Kunari retreated back to the north, the Ben Hasrath disavowed the Vidasala's actions. Okay. But they were totally approved. They assured Victoria that, as the Inquisition now served her personally, they considered their alliance to apply to her and the Chantry. Okay. I mean, if Big Boss was leading a, you know, revolutionary organization, it's capitalism, absolutely. Few knew what debates were waged at Parvalin, but not long after the Exalted Council, the Kunari launched new attacks against Tevinter. Their aggression caught the already unstable Imperium off guard. Tevinter was soon mired in a war many feared could spread across Thedas. The bit you missed was basically the Inquisition numbers have impaired back. Okay, I'm gonna go watch it on the VOD, but that's good. Whispers of Valero suggested that the Kunari had asked Divine Victoria to assist them. None yet knew her answer. Yeah, dismantle the fucking Imperium. The Exalted Council remained intact, advising Divine Victoria on important matters. Cassandra served for several years. Cassandra got a braid? While she often disagreed with Leliana's policies, the former right and left hands of the Divine shared a mutual respect and worked well together. Yeah, I mean, they seemed like they were always friends, even if they had political disagreements. Cassandra also spent time in the Hunterhorn Mountains north of Orlais, where she worked to rebuild the Seekers, which is what she was doing before. For a time, the new Seekers remained reclusive, showing no interest in worldly affairs and working to a purpose few outside their order could guess. Cassandra seems to have melted a bit. The end of the Inquisition as it had been sent shockwaves to the College of Enchanters. Madame de Fer ably played on the mage's fears. No! This is going to be terrible! Fuck you, Vivian! Tevinter is absolutely the first place to burn down, yeah. Her followers united to build a new circle, with Vivian as Grand Enchanter in direct competition with the college. Well, fuck. Fuck you, Vivian. When the circle lacked in numbers, they made up for it in political connections. Soon they were forced to be reckoned with. Ugh, the elitist mages. The elitist turncoat mages. There's a word for you, but I'm not going to use it. The two institutions settled into an uneasy coexistence across the south, vying for power. What is she doing with her hand? Is she scratching her butt? Like, oh, she's like holding a flag or something. Yeah, goddammit, bougie traitor mages, exactly. After the Exalted Council, Leliana devoted herself fully to the Sunburst throne and her dream of reshaping the Chantry. Within a year, she removed restrictions surrounding Chantry priesthood, allowing men and women of all races to be initiated and ordained. Wow, male priests in the Southern Chantry. The decree was followed swiftly by her decision to return the Canticle of Shartan to the canonical chant, a move that divided Androstians deeply. I don't know what that means. Does that mean, like, she got rid of Apocrypha or something? Oh shit, I missed that. As quickly as it began, the rebellion faltered. It's, God, it's really annoying that, like, there isn't a... It's hard to tell when the text changes, to be honest. While most agreed that the rebellion collapsed due to infighting, some whispered that the Divine herself engineered its failure. I would be shocked if Leliana had secretly assassinated people or caused disruption in its ranks. Who would have thought? The rebellion fractured into a number of separate cells, some of which lived on for several months before disappearing into obscurity. Leliana continued her open affair with the hero of Ferelden. She was often seen by the Divine side. Also, it's text. You can put their name. Eventually, Divine Victoria declared that all members of the Chantry, from Initiate to Divine, would be allowed to engage in romantic relationships. Aww. When questioned, the Divine pointed to Andraste, who served the Maker while wed to a mortal spouse. Yeah, that went fine. She was married to Judas. In time, many in the Chantry came to accept the Divine's decree that love is the Maker's best gift and is infinite. I guess that's something. Sarah left the Inquisition with scarcely more ties than when she began, disappearing back to her confusing weave of favors and friends. That's unfortunate. Didn't it go extremely unfun? Yes. Her husband is Judas, the guy who betrays her and gets her killed. After seeing the world brought to the brink by arrogance and pride, it was a blessing to return to normal, however strange and normal it might be. Oh, Sarah, come on, you gotta stay with the Inquisition. With frequent visits to her whittle, of course. Oh, yeah, Dagna! That's really cute. I'll say that. That's very cute. Perhaps most unnerving was Sarah's standing offer to the Divine. What is this? What is this image supposed to be? When the knobs piss about with your left hand or right, call on Red Jenny to give them 2 fingers. Varric took up the role of Viscount, and with the help of his friend Hawk, rebuilt Kirkwall's damaged infrastructure. Aww. Give me that gay shit. Under his rule, the city-state finally resumed its place as the major trade hub of the Free Marches. Yeah, he's getting that capitalism running. Why is this not just voiced? He continued to ignore all mail from both the Merchants Guild and the Prince of Starkhaven. Yeah, fuck Sebastian. I love the amount that this DLC shits on Sebastian. It's really good. It was never clear if the Iron Bull knew he'd be forced to turn upon the Inquisition, or if he was lying the entire time. Poor Bull. Yeah, Bull's dead, by the way. Regardless, after his death, Talvashot's mercenaries across Orlais and Ferelden were looked upon with suspicion. Those who remained in the south found their lives even harder as a result. What happened to kill him? We killed him! He turned on us! He sided with the Qunari! After the Inquisition transitioned to a peacekeeping role, Cullen continued to serve as commander of its forces. Under his leadership, the Inquisition protected the Divine's interests while enforcing new standards of security. Yeah, sure it did. Right, Cullen security. Cullen also expanded the Chantry's treatment for Templars whose minds were taken by lyrium, as well as those who wished to cease lyrium militias. Oh, that's nice. And as chaos reigned in the north and threats to the Divine lurked in every shadow, Cullen remained ready to serve. Dorian returned to Devinter to take his father's place in the Magisterium. Whatever, fuck you. As rumors flew about the Imperium's infighting, Dorian was spoken often as a voice of resistance against corruption. Yeah, you wouldn't want corruption in your slaveocracy. That would be bad. I mean, we gotta make sure people follow the rules. Along with Magister Maveris Talani, he formed a group called the Lucerni to restore and redeem Vinter, a fight many thought hopeless. No, man, your country needs to get burned by the Canari. Those fighting by Magister Pavus' side noted that he kept in constant communication with the Inquisitor via message crystal. Did he, though? Did he, or did he just leave messages that I ignored? Whether for vital information or for moral support, these talks seem to give Dorian the strength to continue his fight. Dorian really embracing that greasy, untrustworthy shitheel look, yeah. You kind of figured that that was always a possibility of what he might age into, but you're hoping for Silver Fox. After easing the Inquisition's transition into the Chantry, Josephine returned to Antiva and her family. Aw, she left the Inquisition. I mean, she seemed pretty unhappy about it at the end. Thanks to the Inquisition's help, the Montiliers were once again permitted to trade in Orlais. The next few years were a busy time, as many ships with the Montilier crest were built and set sail again from Antiva's harbors. I'm sure he thinks he's hitting Silver Fox, yeah. Soon, Ravani pirate captains with an ancient feud against Josephine's ancestors took to the seas to try to rekindle the rivalry. What? Is Isabella gonna show up? Is there gonna be like a whoops, shit. Apart from Josephine's sister, Yvette, nearly eloping with a dashing pirate prince on one occasion, Lady Montilier took the development in stride. Oh man, I was hoping it was gonna be like a frenemies situation between Josephine and Isabella. Cole returned to the Fade, saying that there was more pain coming, and that he knew where compassion would be most needed. He promised that his friends in the Inquisition would remember him, and that where the hurt was greatest, he would help. That's what I was saying! Okay, that's what I meant, like, you know, they're the enemies, but they're also totally into each other's situation. After the events at the Winter Palace, elves left the Inquisition under mysterious circumstances, as did elven servants across Thedas. How? They're servants, they can't just disappear. Like, they're under guard. None can say where they went, but those who believe the Inquisition story about Fenrirel wonder just how large the Dreadwolf's forces were. And what the ancient elven rebel had planned. Dumb shit is what he has planned. Dumb shit. Fuck you, Solus. Fuck you so much. Lavellen sometimes came awake from dreams in which her lover watched her sadly from across an endless distance. Well, that's creepy. Don't watch me while I sleep, Solus. I wish what he had planned was fucking off. If they were more than simple dreams, she could not say, for every time she reached for him, he vanished into nothing. I mean, we know that dreams are literally seeing into the Fade, so no. Still, she searched and dreamed and waited for a way to change the Dreadwolf's heart. I should have just said I was going to kill him. I shouldn't have said I was going to try to persuade him. I should have just tried to kill him. It just seems like it's going to be really hard to kill him. You know Solus has kept your pickled arm in a jar! Oh my god. Oh. Am I in prison? Why did I come down to the prison? For old time's sake?
Agents have found nothing. With the Illuvians, he could be anywhere.
What?
Maintaining the Inquisition, even as a peacekeeping...
Why is she in that uniform?
Vulnerable to agents of the Dreadwolf.
But also gives us the strength to respond.
We will need to be careful.
Solus knows everything about us. Who we are, how we work, our strengths, and weaknesses.
Then we find people he doesn't know.
Isn't she the Pope? Yes, she is. And Cassandra's not in the Inquisition either. She's the leader of the Seekers. So I like that. So I guess it's like it could be like a council of the church, of important people in the church, the leader of the Inquisition, the Pope, and the leader of the Seekers. And then Scout Harding's there for some reason? Like, why is Scout Harding there? She didn't even like replace Liliana because we had Charter or whatever was Liliana's replacement. An elf that she was like her second in command. Who we met. So I don't know what Harding's. I mean, I love Harding, so I'm not upset that she's there. I'm just confused. I think Harding's awesome. I wish you could actually romance Harding, but you can flirt with her, but you can't romance her. Seems like an army versus a god is not a great plan. That's what we did versus Corypheus. Alright guys, we did it. We beat Dragon Age Inquisition. Totally. We're done. Next week's a new fucking game. Technically it's not a new game because we're going to play Dark Souls 3, but... Jesus Christ. I can't believe this game's over. Thanks, Timon. I mean, it was good. What is your closing feelings on this game? Am I a fan? I mean, I feel like I have Stockholm Syndrome to this game. Both A, did not die of a heart attack, and did not... In both it did not die on the heart attack and did not die of old age. Wait, yeah. Both didn't kill me with shock or just by outlasting me. I think this game is probably the weakest of the Dragon Age games. It's probably way too long in terms of like amount of content to plot.
All this shit is weird. Oh, Varric, that is a terrible title. What are you even thinking?
So I'm hearing 7 out of 10.
The sky churned like a rolling sea on a dark and stormy night, centered on a gaping hole that led to the arse end of nowhere. A hole that spit up many things that day, comets, demons, and a whole lot of trouble. It's about the Inquisition.
Did you ever talk to Varric, Cassandra? Like, how did it take you that long to figure that out? It's held back a lot by the baggage the other games stick it with. I don't even know if I think that.
The din of the tavern cut the silence like it owed the carter money. In the middle, in her element, Red Jenny. She looked me up and down, mostly down. Not playing, weirdy, she said, gesturing with and dismissively eating a sandwich. Don't write that. Seriously, piss up a row.
This is amazing.
Sarah made the subtext text, which suited me fine.
This is by far the weakest in the series. I would say it's got performance exchange gap. Yeah. And it's just like the stuff that is in it, like...
The court enchanter swirled into the room like a drop of beautiful poison.
I can't interrupt these.
Glass. She sized me up with a glance.
This is good.
I'm so glad you made it, my dear.
She said.
I am Madame de Fair, the most terrifying person you shall ever meet.
Cassandra's impersonations of Varric's impressions of people is a very good choice. I mean, this is the best relationship in the game, right? Is Varric and Cassandra.
I always knew I could count on your support. The Count did not feel the bite of her poisoned dart until it was too late.
Even if it requires your death.
What I mean is like the forced entanglement with the other games rather than letting it be something different and totally separate like Dragon Age 2 was.
Drops of rain glistened on the griffin medallion grasped tightly in Blackwall's hand. The silverite wings of valor, they mean nothing. He flung the medal to the cold and uncaring ground. You don't know what I've done. You don't know me.
All props to Cassandra's actress for being up for doing this.
Cole moved like a shadow that also moved like a knife. A shadow wearing a hat where dreams came to die. It's a riddle, he whispered. A cold riddle that gnaws at your mind, but you'll feel better when it's gone. That makes as much sense as anything Cole says.
I agree Leliana is not in a great place in this game.
Do you place your herald above the law, Ambassador? Whose law, my lady? Josephine's eyes glittered like angry opals. The law destroyed by rebellion, by civil war, by poor fiscal management. We are the law.
Man, that didn't happen in the game. I mean, I think this game is like saddled by trying to be another big thing like Dragon Age Origins was, rather than like Dragon Age 2.
Settled, and neither had Harding.
Ooh.
I can offer you a drink, if I catch your meaning. If you'd caught my meaning, you'd have offered a double. What is even happening here?
And like the big plot, like the plot of the game is
Was a great
the
slab
weakest.
of muscle with horns that could hang a tapestry. One eye scanned for threats, while the other hid behind an eye patch like a chantry sister's old sins. Come on, he barked, not looking back as he entered. The dancer with the great rack comes on in 5. That is spot on, actually.
I'm sorry, I really want to talk about this game, but I also cannot. I have to listen to these. It's amazing.
The commander had the look of a Templar who had seen the worst of humanity, yet still had the time to style his hair. This isn't just a war, he said, his gaze steely like a dull blade. It's the only war.
I also like he's calling him dull.
That's Cullen.
Yes, Cassandra, that's Cullen. Well, that stuff is not even, you know, like, that isn't actually part of the plot of the game. That's the end, like, the end stinger as a setup for the next game.
1,000 years of Tevinter elitism. The name's Dorian. He glared. Dorian. Spell it right, you marble-headed lump, or it's Toad Time.
Varric
A toad?
knows how to deal with
That's
Vorian.
hardly credible.
It should be a part of the plot of the game. Exactly, it should be, but it's not.
The bold elf spun, mage staff crackling like the city after a good man's murder. You're crazy, the Red Templar cried in terror. Moonlight glinted off ears like the knives
Like,
you never see
this is the
coming.
things people like about these games, are these characters, which is why part of why Dragon Age 2 works is just, a lot of it is just hanging out with characters, and it doesn't try to pretend to have these stakes. But the thing about, like, the way that, like, the reason Dragon Age Origins works...
Where am I?
Oh boy.
I don't... Oh, here it is. The Seeker clutched at my vest, her tears as desperate as they were pitiful. Varric, I was wrong about everything, she sobbed. Could you find it in your noble heart to forgive me? That dwarf, he put me in the book. I'm in the book. I am reading the shit out of this.
This whole thing is a perfect example of a plot twist that makes you go, fuck, wait, I had no way of seeing this coming, I have no context for what it actually means. Yeah, yes. So, like, Dragon Age Origins, has two plots going on, right? Where it has the Darkspawn, which are, like, the giant world-ending monster zombie plague. And then it has the coup in Ferelden. And, like, the way that both of those plots, so the coup in Ferelden works because it's an actual, like, interesting plot with an actual interesting villain in Loghain, and that it has these stakes that you see everyone, like, you meet Loghain at the beginning of the game, you meet the king, you meet Alistair is involved, so you're hanging out with him the whole time. Like, everyone involved in those stakes, and I talked about this when I talked about the Winter Palace mission. Like, everyone involved in those stakes, because the thing at the end of the game, the Landsmeet or whatever, is obviously, like, what the template for the Winter Palace mission is in this game, and how, like, the Winter Palace mission doesn't at all work on the same level that mission does, that quest does, in Dragon Age Origins. It's like, that works, and then the reason that the Darkspawn work is because it's not actually about fighting Darkspawn, it's about recruiting, like, going around and enforcing these treaties, recruiting people. Yeah, and it helps that those plots are directly entangled with each other. In this game, it's like, the plot is, there's a guy, this ancient evil dude, who's a Darkspawn, who basically has an army of monsters, and he's going around killing things, and your job is go around killing them? And then it's sort of like, oh, we gotta make sure Orlay's on our side by going around, but that's not built up at all through the game. It's just a thing that happens. And then the other parts are like, we gotta rescue the mages or the Templars. But, like, again, that doesn't really come, like, it's just these, like, weird, disparate things that don't really, it's mostly just, I don't know. It relies too much on, like, the drama of Corypheus as a character or as a threat versus on, like, using, like, the Darkspawn and Dragon Age Origins are basically an environmental disaster, that, like, you're going around trying to convince people to work together to fight again, to prepare for this disaster, or to stop this disaster. Like, the Darkspawn are not themselves meant to be compelling. Whereas Corypheus feels like he's meant to be compelling as a threat, and he's not. And then, yeah, the fact that there's all this elven shit, which then is the way that works out in Trespasser, and then the Qunari are here, and it's just all... It doesn't fit together, and it just is... Game very loud. Yeah, I don't think the plot of this game works at all. It doesn't... The characters are just not that likable for the most part, other than, like, Cassandra's great, Varric's great, but they were also all introduced to those were introduced to Dragon Age 2. Yeah, the Darkspawn are compelling because the actual real problem is the absolute inability to unify. Meanwhile, the Dwarves gets chapter on lore again. I mean, I played a Dwarf in Dragon Age 1. I loved Orzammar. I thought Orzammar was the best fleshed out city. I thought it was great. I mean, I played a Dwarf Noble specifically, so they get to, experience all the Dwarf lore. But yeah, I mean, then you don't see them in Dragon Age 2 very much, or this game. But I mean, there's only Orzammar, right, is the problem, that they've set themselves up, that all the other cities are supposed to be gone. Yeah, the characters who are great get sidelined. Yeah, it's really weird how Cassandra disappears in this game. Like, she is a founding member of the Inquisition, and at the beginning of the game, she's treated as if she's on the council, the same as Leliana and Josephine and Kulinar. But then after you get to Skyhold, she just stops appearing in the war room. It's really, and in the scenes in the war room, and it's really weird. Like, why is she not the, like, co-leader of the Inquisition? Yeah, she's literally the inciting incident. Yeah. It's a weird, like, I don't know, I don't understand why she steps back in the second part of this game, other than to let the main character step forward, but I don't feel like that's necessary for letting the main character step forward. It feels like she could have just stayed in as a main leader of the Inquisition. Why on earth is Cassandra not your military advisor? I mean, because she's much more competent than Cullen? But then apparently we can't let the military advisor go into combat, so, I mean, I'm glad for that at least, because I want Cass on my side. Literally by my side. But yeah, I mean, Vivian is, like, it seems like it's miscalculated, right? Like, it seems like Vivian is supposed to be cool, like, Dorian is supposed to be cool, Solus feels like he's supposed to be exactly the character that he is. Like, I think I'd give them that. He feels like he's not supposed to be very likable, really. I mean, the real answer is Cullen's there to recruit Templars, right? Like, that's his job, is he's to show they have a highlighting Templar. But yeah, I think Dorian's supposed to be likable. I think Vivian's supposed to be likable. I don't think Sarah's supposed to be likable, but I think that's a bad, like, design. Like we talked about Sarah. I mean, Iron Bull is likable, I guess, but Iron Bull's a really weird character. You're still supposed to want to fuck him. I did not want to fuck him at any point. There was no point in which I was actually invested in their, like, in him as a romantic interest for Lavellen. I just was really mad for Lavellen when he broke up with her in the most, like, asshole way. Also, why is he straight? Like, I get that Solus only likes elves, but why is he straight? I think I like Iron Bull with this ending especially. With, like, after everything you go through, Iron Bull is still, like, he tells you up front, right, that, like, all of this mercenary shit is a cover. He's a spy, and he works, and he is an absolutely loyal spy. And obviously you can't change that, but I didn't. And, which I think was still the right decision. And then in the end, he turns on you and serves the country that he actually serves, and gets killed. I think I like him in that context because it emphasizes the weirdness of his character. It felt a bit shitty, but that was the best character mode Bull has. Yeah. I haven't seen all the stuff where it's like the romance stuff or the turning him away from the Kuhn stuff, and that is like where it's supposed to be like you're kind of pushing him more towards that stuff, which I know that is a thing you can do to an extent. I haven't seen it, so I don't know to what extent, and that seems like I don't know that I would like the character if you're doing that, because then I think he's more interesting as the kind of contradiction or seeming contradiction. God, I mean, Cole is just kind of there. He's supposed to be an interesting character, but he's more of an interesting concept of a character. He might be like Garrus, but he's just extremely not for me. Yeah. I mean, he is similar to Garrus in that he's a character everyone loves who's just a fucking cold-blooded murderer. And Daimon, don't say anything about Thane. I mean, Rex is also a cold-blooded murderer, like, even more so than Garrus. Cole seems like a good character who got most of his content stripped out. That might be. That could definitely be. Oh, and Blackwall. Blackwall's there. He's fine. He's a ghost in this game, yeah. But I feel like a lot of the characters are ghosts. There's just a lot of characters that don't do much outside of their recruitment quest, if they have one, and then like their one character quest, and that's pretty much it. Maybe some of them have like a collection. Rex has a plan beyond shoot as many people as I can because I read Dread. Yeah, but I'm just saying, I meant Rex is like, in comparison to Thane, they're basically like, they're both just mercenary killers. And people love Rex. Almost your entire party of people who are like intrinsically tied to the plot of that game or themes. Yeah. And obviously, Daimon, I know Rex, becomes more than a mercenary killer. But at the start, but for most of Mass Effect 1, he is just a mercenary killer, and people love him in Mass Effect 1. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, I mean, Dragon Age 2 is just a much better, like, written game from a structural level. Probably also on a line-to-line level, but I don't have that good of a memory of it as compared to like the structure of it. This game is a giant bloated mess of a game. Yeah, I mean, Anders is obviously like the most important, like literally the most important party character in that game. At least for that game. Like Varric is more important because of, you know, obviously this game, but. Your sibling stuff exists. I always liked my sibling, but I don't know if that's... I mean, she just kind of, like... And obviously I'm talking about Bethany because Carver's an ass. I like it in that I like the Hawk family stuff, which is not specific to the sister, your sibling. It's just the Hawk family stuff in general. Aveline? Yeah. Yeah, I think Aveline is good. I think she's a good character. I think she's a... I really like... Actually, I like Aveline is kind of an understated character, but I really like her arc over that game. It's, I think, one of the best things about the game. I only played as a mage, so I only saw Carver, unfortunately. I'm so sorry. Carver's such an asshole. I mean, I played as a fighter in Dragon Age 2 just because I didn't want to have Carver. Like, that was literally my whole reasoning. Yes, that would be Carver, Daimon. Yeah, Aveline has Aveline is a really nice written, like, short story over, you know, I mean, it's a story that takes place over years, but that's the nature of... Uh-oh, I'm losing my upload. Okay, it's back. Yeah, but I mean, they could do that with any of these games. They just chose not to. Like, it's a very deliberate choice to do that, right? And it costs them a lot, because that's part of, I think, the budget problems, is that they have to change things. Like, it's not like they can make just one set for things. They have to make 3 different sets, or 4 different sets for everything, just by the nature of, like, if it's a place you can visit in the main world, because you're going to see it in these different contexts. So it's a big call. I think that's a big part of the budget problems of that game, is that it's cutting into it. Clever structural choice, yeah. Yeah. Like, all these games want to have these things at the end where they show consequences of your decisions. It's like, well, what if you just did that 3 times in the game? Like, what if you did that a third of the way into the game, and then you just kept the game going and you moved on from those choices again? Because that's what the sequels want to do, is they want to take those ending slides and then expand on them and tell another story with those consequences in context. And, which is a brilliant framing device, yeah. I mean, I think Dragon Age 1 is a really good game for what it is. Like, Dragon Age 1 is nowhere near as, like interesting on a story level as Dragon Age 2, obviously. But I think it works really well as a game. I don't think this game works well as a game. Like, you know, it's not like you could hand this to someone and have them play it and enjoy it without having played the other games. And I don't even mean that in, like, that you wouldn't be attached to the characters of the world or stuff. It's just that the game just doesn't stand on its own. The investment in this game, or what's compelling about this game, is entirely in continuing stuff from the previous ones. It is not... It doesn't work on its own, because the game isn't good enough. That said, you know, I still enjoyed the game a lot, because I have that investment. Yeah, Dragon Age 1 is really solid. It's like, I pulled this random fantasy novel off the shelf of my local library based on the dope-ass artwork. And Tywin says, I was highly invested in Dragon Age from the previous games, and I quit this one halfway through. Yeah, I mean, which is what I did too the first time, right? This is the only way that I can finish it is to do this. So yeah, like, I don't... Yeah, I mean, even if you're invested in it, it doesn't work as a game very well. It's really hard to just, like... Because it's just... It's so frustrating. There's so many frustrating things about this game. It's not even like that it's like we saw this in this DLC where all of a sudden the game got really hard, which I don't know if it was like scaling or something more so because I was so over leveled for most of the game. If it was like this was scaling to me, so that's why it was hard. But it was like every fight was like a fucking dragon fight, except that it was just mounds of hit points. It's just like the combat was not fun. It's not fun to like. It's like, oh, we're gonna turn up the difficulty. Well, it doesn't make the game. It turns out the combat is not fun. It was much better when I could just plow through things and not care about the combat. It's so frustrating, and I just want those grindy fights in the DLC were exactly my experience in the entire game. I can totally understand quitting that. I don't think I could play this game all the way through if it was like that. I think part of it is the Jedi has an extreme drop-off damage-wise later. Well, it does in that the Jedi doesn't, like, all of their tools are defensive rather than offensive. But I still, like, I think it was specifically that they were scaling everything, because all the enemies that I was seeing were, like, level 26, which is literally the same level as me. Whereas in the base game, like, because there's very little scaling, like, if you go doing all the, do optional areas, as soon as you've done, like, and by optional I just mean doing any of the areas rather than just speeding through the main quest, like, you will just start gaining levels very quickly, and you'll be a couple levels ahead, which will make it a little bit easier. And then because you'll do other stuff, you'll be like 5 levels ahead, and it's going to be much easier. And then you get like fucking like 10 levels ahead of shit for most of the game, and you're just like plowing through things. But also, yeah, I wasn't a high DPS character. And the only other characters that were survivable was Cassandra, and she's also not high DPS, because she has all the defensive tools. Oh, regarding the canticle of Shartan. Shartan was the leader of the elven slaves who joined Andraste. His canticle was struck from the chant following these elf marches. Oh, so they added it back. So they added Apocrypha. I thought she was removing Apocrypha. Okay, so this is like adding, like, Jesus' wives, or not Jesus' wife, Jesus' wife, into the Bible or something like that. Okay, sure. That's cool. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, God, the way the elves are handled in this game is so frustrating, and then all of the, like, oh, we're gonna give you a bunch of lore on the elves, and it's all like, actually, elves' demise wasn't the humans' fault. It's not the colonialism and slavery, it's their own fault. It's like, that's not the lore I wanted. There's an element of, like, it's trying to be like, oh, everything is bad, you know, things in the past that you liked, oh, they were actually bad too, like, it wasn't actually better before. And it's just, ugh, it's gross. Elves and dwarves are only there for lore and set dressing, never as, like, a legit people. Yeah, I mean, I think, like I said, like, having played Dragon Age 1 as a dwarf noble, I felt like the dwarves were really fleshed out as their own, like, within their own realm, and like it was clear, like, yeah, they don't have a lot to do with the plot, and that, like, that's going on the surface because it's on the surface, but that they felt developed in, like, their own thing that was sort of in their own world, and they were, I felt good about it about the dwarves in Dragon Age 1, but then of course the fact that, like, in Dragon Age 2 and 3, you never see dwarves anymore. Other than, I mean, you have, you know, dwarf characters, but the dwarves as a community or society have no presence in the rest of the games is very frustrating. And yeah, the elves are just continually frustrating, even though you see Dalish camps in, I think, all of the games. Yeah, in all of them, you visit Dalish camps, you see the alienages in all the games. It's just, they are never allowed, they never feel like they exist as a society. Like, really? They kind of, like, they just feel very sketched. And that you're not really it's not fleshed out very well. As opposed to, I think the dwarves feel like they have a lot of depth to them. But I don't know if that's just... The elves feel like they're constantly, because they're being used as this, like, metaphor for colonialism and slavery and all and racism, all this stuff, that they never get developed beyond that very far, or all of the stuff that does develop it, like the stuff in this DLC, is bad. Whereas I think dwarves are not saddled as much with that baggage of, like, they're not as metaphorical. They just feel like they're kind of another society. Yeah, it feels weird and gross to have your colonialism, also racism, also ghettos, also. Yeah, it doesn't feel like the elves get defined. Like, the way to do these metaphors, if you're gonna do it, is you have to make them their own thing that is more than just gestures to these other things people know about from history. But also then do that without doing the mages thing where you're like, what if white supremacist mythology was real? Like, that's our twist, that's our difference. Don't do that. But the elves don't ever... They're just gestures. And exoticism. And, like, the ancient African wisdom. Like, that kind of shit. And then, actually, the Africans were slavers, too. Jesus, I didn't even think about it in those terms. But that's literally what this is, isn't it? Fuck. That's so gross. Right, I mean, that's what you would have a thing that is not a direct analogy. That it... Which I guess a lot of the problem about telling a story about slavery in a medieval fantasy setting is that our experience of slavery and, like, what you're using, like, the slavery that they are doing a metaphor of is industrial slavery. Is slavery that is intrinsically connected to capitalism. And that's, just a general problem with medieval fantasy settings, is they don't actually understand medievalism or feudalism, which I hesitant to use, but in quotes, any of that. Like, they don't understand that as an economic thing. It's just it's the endless medieval world of D&D or Game of Thrones or whatever, where it's just the playground of adventurers. But that's, a much bigger... I mean, it's a much bigger issue, but it's also, and it's like a basic issue, but it's just, as soon as you start trying to have a game about politics, you're going to run into that issue if you're using that as a setting. Oops, that was not what I was trying to do. Anyway. Oh, thank you all so much for joining me for the end of, I'm a little disappointed because I was thinking this is going to last at least one more stream. And I was thinking about, should I name this stream, Let's Go to Dragonland, ... one final time. And then I didn't do it because I thought there was going to be one more stream. And there's not. Now I'm sad. Not that it matters because it's only on the past broadcast and not the highlight, so it's only gonna be there for like a month or whatever. But I'm still sad. Well, I'm a little disappointed, yeah. Thank you all so much for joining me, though. I am glad to play this game. I'm glad to have finished it. You know, this is literally the reason I could check out the multiplayer next week. I could, but I'm not gonna. This is literally the reason I started streaming was for this game. Is because I told Fiona like neither of us had finished this game, and I was like, I should just stream it so that I can do it. I can finish it, and I can just do it once a week and play it. And then I'll be like have a schedule where I'll eventually finish it. And now, however many months later this is, like 100 some hours later, I have finished it. So that feels a little weird, but it's good. And Fiona wasn't here for it. She missed it, which is really funny. She's gonna have to watch the VOD. I'm sure she will want to at least see the fucking soulless shit, even though I know she already knows it, but I'm happy you finished Trespasser, so I don't feel any need to play it. Yeah, I mean, people were like, oh, it's like Citadel, and it's... I'm very, very pleased Fee talked you into Red Skulls. I am too. I wasn't sure about it initially. I was very trepidatious because I had read stuff about it. Like, I read... Who was it that wrote something on, like, Kotaku about it? But the way that they wrote about it was just from a character standpoint about how shitty Solus is and how he's, like, always, like the way that you gain opinion with Solus for the romance is just to let him, like, to act like you don't know things and let him tell you things and just, like, basically trust his knowledge and just let him be shitty. So that's all I knew about it going in, and I was kind of like, really? But for its relevance to the plot, I am glad that I did it. Because it makes Solus's, betrayal, in quotes. I mean, it is a betrayal, but it feels weird to call it that. It makes it, it feels much more... Like, if this were a movie or a novel, right, this is what would happen, because it would pair the political betrayal with the personal betrayal, right? That it would be on both levels. And it has all that emotional heft to it of, like, this is the one guy is like, oh, I wanted to tell her, she made me, I was fine with manipulating them all, but she convinced me, like, almost to tell her, and I wish it let me like him so his betrayal had real impact. Absolutely. Yeah, like, I felt emotion in the way that Llewellyn's reactions were done to him, but I didn't actually ever feel, like, emotion in Llewellyn's connection to him up to that point. Like, the first time I felt, like, any investment in the relationship was when he broke up with me. And I was just like, what? You fucker, how dare you? Like, I'm the Inquisitor, you don't break up with me! I break up with you, asshole! Like... Yeah, the plot is even more half-baked if you didn't just happen to play a straight female elf in Romance Solus. Again, I ask, why is he straight? Like, he's a fucking ancient god. I get why he's only into elves. Why is he only into women? That feels weird to me. Not like, I mean, people's sexuality can be whatever, but that just feels, like, weird. The whole relationship feels like a recounting of a shitty garbage boyfriend. You mean like it's written from the perspective of a shitty boyfriend? Like someone who was soulless? Or do you mean more charitably? Oh, you mean like... Okay, I see what you mean. You see all the red flags and none of the things that drew you to them. Like, it's like looking back on a bad relationship and it's only seeing the shitty things, and there's nothing of like what was actually yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that also makes sense to me. It's like, yeah, because there's nothing like, the way his romance is written is you just have to keep clicking those flirt buttons, and there's no like, there is nothing compelling about him to actually like, I mean, maybe there's someone who feels like, was like, oh, this guy, I really like him, I really want to romance Solus, but I don't know what that person is. Like, he's just such a, like, weird, creepy dude. Even when he's, yeah, like, even at his best, he's just an empty shell. There's nothing there. There's nothing likable about his personality, because he's deliberately, like, distanced, and I guess it's, like, if you were a person who was like young, like on the level of like, oh, he's so mysterious and he won't tell me anything and he knows so much stuff, like, you know, if you're like a 14-year-old who's getting romanced by like some shitty 20-year-old something, that, you know, like that's that kind of relationship maybe. I don't understand what else in what other situation. Listen, I've been through many tumblers since you started romancing Solus, and there are plenty of egaholics out there. Yeah, I mean, we've had some wander into the stream randomly. There were people who were very excited that I was romancing Solus, and not in a like, oh, I think it's hilarious or it's a really interesting way. It was in a I love Solus way, and I was like, we're only doing it for science, and they're like, oh. Yeah, he's not very fuckable. That's certainly true. Like, do you think if you gave Solus a noogie, his head would squeak? I'd like to think so. And I just remembered your comment about, I don't think I read it out, about Sebastian needing a swirly. You know, I actually used Sebastian a whole bunch when I played Dragon Age 2, which means I'm like super acquainted with his assholeness. Because he was a ranged archer and he had better DPS than Varric did. And he was a ranged rogue, and I needed a rogue, and I wanted them to be ranged, because then they're less likely to die, and he had better DPS than Varric. I would date Sebastian before Solus 1,000 times, though. I mean, yeah, Sebastian feels like he would be. So do you know what Sebastian's deal is, Daimon? You don't have the DLC, but do you like, did you read his like premise or whatever, at least like his story? Because it's so bad. Like, not like in a like shittily written way. It's just like he's such an asshole of a character. You did look it up, okay. Yeah. Paladin Archer dude. Yeah, I mean his thing is he's in the he's the younger son in CK2 who you don't want to inherit. You don't want it to cause any problems with inheritance. So you send him off to join the church, right? Except, and then it's the situation in CK2 where you fucked up because then everyone else above him died. And so he's in the situation where his family is dead, like they've been murdered, and like his family's enemies have taken over Starkhaven, the city where his parents were the lords of, but he's officially in the Chantry, and he's not supposed to like do anything about it now because he's not a noble anymore. He's a cleric. He can't be a priest because he's a guy, but he's a cleric. And so his like whole thing is like, should I stay to the Chantry and be a noble like religious person, or should I seek vengeance on my family's foes, and retake my name and go take the city back? And like either options are he's just an asshole. Like either he is just the righteous. Also, you can romance him, but you can't sleep with him because he refuses to have sex. Yeah, because he's a cleric. Like just either of his paths are just like, either he's just like a self-righteous noble asshole, or he's a self-righteous priest like cleric person. Like either way he's just a dick. He does sound like he's at least an insufferable prick with an interesting story. Yeah, like it's well written, I think, and it is like, I think he's a much more interesting shitty person than like Dorian is, for example, where I feel like the game does not give Dorian any kind of real conflict. who is, Dorian is also obviously a shitty noble who doesn't at all engage with his position. But yeah, that's why I also really enjoyed throughout this game, like, yeah, he's a prick, but he feels like he's intentionally written that way, yeah, and he's still compelling in that way, yeah. And yeah, there's a bunch of war table stuff in here with Kirkwall and Starkhaven, where at one point, so because in my game, because I sent him back, I told him to go back and retake it, he shows up at Kirkwall and tries to take over Kirkwall, because of the rebel mages have like taken over Kirkwall or something, and I just said, it's like, you can support him, or you can try to negotiate a diplomacy, or you can just send the Inquisition army in to just fuck him over. And I just sent the Inquisition army in to fuck him over, and then yeah, then Varric in this DLC was talking about it as the Viscount of Kirkwall, like how he kept having to fuck over Sebastian, or Sebastian was fucking with him, and Varric was pushing back against it and stuff. And I was like, yeah, fuck Sebastian. Fuck him up, Varric. Okay. We should stop streaming. Probably. But, yeah, like I said, I am really happy you guys are here. I'm really happy that I finished this game. I will be back next Monday with Dark Souls 3, which we already started. I've streamed it a few times. So we are a ways into Dark Souls 3. We're going to do Dark Souls 3, the DLC, because I've never done the DLC before. So I started the first DLC of Dark Souls 3 briefly, but I didn't get very far in it. So that's the plan for next Monday, is to do that, which will not take that many streams to finish Dark Souls 3 at the DLC. It'll take a while, but not that long. But it's a foreseeable ending, unlike this game. The Ring City seemed dope, so I might see that. Yeah, I don't... Like, I know, like, the names of the bosses and some of the, like, weapons and stuff that are in that DLC because I've seen them on the wiki lists, because I've still look at the wiki and they're not separated out really, but other than that, I don't really know anything about it. So I'm excited to see new Dark Souls content that I haven't seen. The Monday slot is play DLC Daimon hasn't done to save him from playing it himself. It's probably 3, depending on how long. Well, I'm gonna like play Dark Souls 3. Like I'm playing it through, right? Because I want to get up to. I don't know what level I need to be, or where I need, but I assume I need to get up to like finish endgame ish for at least the second DLC. So we got to do that too. In addition to the DLCs, but as I said, we already started it, so we're part ways. We haven't started the DLC, but we're like up to. I am up to. I think we're in Farron Swamp. We finished Cathedral. We cleared out Cathedral, and we're doing Farron Swamp. I think that's where I left off on the last stream last time I streamed it, which was just one-off days I was streaming it, or days when I didn't feel like streaming what I was supposed to be streaming. Yeah, so that's next Monday. Tomorrow night is Shadowrun Dragonfall. We're still working our way through that. Yeah, Ringed City is endgame stuff. You want to up to Lord of Cinder before starting anything. That's kind of what I was feeling like. That's what I was assuming. I mean, I could just go do Lord of Cinder too, or Soul of Cinder. Because it doesn't end the game or anything. But yeah, so yeah, tomorrow's Dragonfall. We're I don't know, we're a ways into that game, maybe halfway. I have no idea. I don't really know how long it is. But that's a really fun game. And the other games I play, you can see below the stream on the schedule. I need to update the schedule though, because the schedule still has Mega Race on it, which is not being streamed on Saturday. And that was a one-time only stream, but it was very entertaining. Check the VOD. And probably not streaming The Long Dark on Sunday. But I'm not sure what I will be streaming instead of that. Can you exit the Soul Cinder Arena after beating it? No, I don't think so, but it doesn't end the game to pick. Like, you get the ending and then you just go back to Firelink. And, And you have to go to you had to go to the Firekeeper to specifically go to New Game Plus. It doesn't. It's just like Dark Souls 2, where it doesn't go to New Game Plus immediately, and you can just go do whatever you didn't do yet. Yeah, you have to manually start New Game Plus. Yeah. Yeah, unlike Dark Souls 1, but like Dark Souls 2. Okay. Yeah. So. Saturday. So Saturday is not Mega Race. Saturday is the plan is to start Deus Ex 1, which is a giant game that will take a very long time, but it is my favorite game of all time, and it is a game that I used to have an encyclopedic knowledge of. I haven't played it in a number of years, so that I don't know if I've played it since college when I wrote my thesis on it. So I don't know how well there will probably be holes in my memory, but I'll probably still remember it pretty well. I'm going to talk a lot about that game and talk about different stuff in it because I think it's, like I said, it's my favorite game of all time. I think it's one of the most important games ever made. So yeah, that's on Saturday. Or, no, yeah, Saturday. And yeah, Sunday, I'm not sure what I'm going to be streaming. But the other games are right. Yeah, you can follow me for Notifications Live. You can sub for emotes of my cats. Oh my god, both the cats are on the bed again. If I just left the camera up there, they're licking each other. It's beautiful. They're very cute. That game holds up way more than I expected to when I played it. Deus Ex 1. Yeah, it's I mean it's a janky game, right? Like it has some janky elements in mechanically to it, but like it's and obviously the writing, if you've ever played Deus Ex 1, the writing is like bizarre, but and very smart in some ways, in any way that does not involve a character sounding like a person actually talking. But in ways that sound like a person actually talking, it sounds like fucking computer generated like speech or something, because it's bizarre. Anyway, that game's good. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so please, I hope to see you guys around for all of those games, because they're all good, and I really enjoy doing this because of you guys who watch and you guys who chat. So, yeah, goodbye. Hope to see you again. Man, I realized I should have had a cool ending song set up for this game that was different from the regular one, but I don't. So you get the regular goodbye song.